Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? So I want to talk about how I discovered voice to skull. For the longest time, I would believe that I was hearing speakers, and these gang stalkers are actually somehow was able to use my phone or went into my home or get into my car and install some type of speakers, especially all over the property. Because when I'm outside, I can hear them like from behind a tree or just hear them around the fence, or I can just hear them basically outside. And you know where I live, there's my neighbors are really far away, and I got cameras everywhere. And on cameras, I don't see anyone. And that's when I actually got myself a drone because I had this feeling that they somehow was able to see me, and as I approached the sound, they were able to see me and maneuver out of the way. So I needed something to be able to view what's on the other side where these sounds are coming from, but without going there. So I got myself a drone, and I have a an infrared device flare. So I connected it to the drone, and I would fly the drone up at night with the flare recording, and I would fly to the other side of the property where I hear the sound just to flush them out. So if someone's there, I could see their heat, and I did that a few times, and there was nothing there. There was no one there. And that's when I started believing, okay, it's got to be speakers. Somehow they put some Bluetooth speakers, but then there's no power source. So how can they actually go plug the speaker in and keep it charged? So that went on for a while. And then, things happens along the way. And I realized that these gang stalkers, their voices actually becomes very low volume, especially that video that I mentioned how I went under the overpass. There's a creek, and I went under the overpass of the creek, and the gang stalkers sounded like they were really far away. And that's when I started believing, okay, it's got to be something to do with electricity. And fast forward, I started realizing if I turn off my cell phone, if I turn off my computers, if I turn off the TV, basically turn off as much noise generating machine as possible, that's when I can still hear these gang stalkers, but they were very faint. And it almost came down to just a couple of voices. Instead of 7 to 10 different voices, it was only about two, mainly two voices I can hear. And one time I remember I turn off my power. So I turn off the breaker, turn off my cell phone, uh, lock myself uh, in my place for a few days, 3 days. And during that time, I was able to realize that I was still receiving conversations from gang stalkers, from these two gang stalkers, mainly these two stalker voices. And the whole time I was thinking that, I was like, that's when I started to realize somehow I'm hearing these voices, and they're being sent to my ear. Somehow I can just hear it. And initially I still want to believe it's speakers, but after months and months and months, that's when things start setting in, kind of like, that's why these informations you hear for the first time, it won't set in your mind for a while until one day all of a sudden something happened and you connect the dots, and now all of a sudden makes sense. So the information I'm sharing with you, if you don't understand, it's okay, but at least you listen to it. It's in your mind now, and one day you will connect those information. And when I realized that I was receiving these voices, And when I go into a store like Walmart, things just changed. I no longer believe, oh, they're actually in the next aisle over. I no longer believe that, oh, if I'm in the back of the store, I can hear them on the intercom, or it sounds like they're way in the front of the store talking to me through the intercom or something. Like I no longer believe that, because ever since that moment where I finally realized, okay, it's been long enough that if I turn off all electricities, their volume becomes super low. If I don't turn on any music or static or any radio static sound, their volume becomes super low. And that's when I realized, okay, it's no longer these people in Walmart. Now, in addition to my other videos saying how I'm explaining how they can see what we see, I went through a lot when it comes to this gang stalking phenomenon, and I there are many times in the past where I just realized, okay, I need to keep a journal. And it took me a while before I started really kind of keep a journal. And I would try to brainstorm how to, different method to kind of minimize the targeting, minimize the stalking from them. And um and that's when I realized, when I'm writing stuff, they were able to talk to me through voice to skull, telling me what I'm writing. Now think about it. How is that possible? So to make sense of it all, of course I would think somehow they have a camera around. Maybe a camera's right behind me, above me somewhere. So I would purposely leave my place and just go somewhere. I'll go outside for a walk. I'll walk away from trees. I'll go out into the open. I even has gone as far as covering myself with a blanket. So I'm in this blanket with a pen and my little journal and try to write something, try to plan something. And whatever I'm writing, they were able to mock me and remind me about what I'm writing. So somehow they can see, even when I'm just covering myself with this blanket out in the middle of nowhere, how can they see me? And how can they see what I'm writing? And that also took a while before it finally set into my mind, and it just come to acceptance that, okay, these guys, they can definitely see what I see. And when I'm trying to think of something to plan against them, they can also know, and they'll actually make comments on it. You know those giant shipping containers, complete steel, made out of steel, those shipping containers? Well, there's a couple of them here on this property, and there's a small little one that's maybe like 15 by 9 or something, by 9, 15 by 9 by 9, maybe something like that. So actually, we go inside and we close the door, and I can still hear these gang stalkers. As I'm writing, I could still hear them talk about the things I'm writing. So whatever I'm trying to plan, they already know. And this concept, this idea itself will take a while for you to accept. Because I know it took me a while. For some of you, might be okay to might be able to accept it faster than others, but and some of you might just never ever accept this information. But let's be fair. Have you done those experiments, those same experiments that I just mentioned? Because if you try it, maybe that's how you can discover voice to skull. Because if you're a TI, like I'm saying, you are receiving voice to skull, but you just don't realize it. And these are stages. And if you don't reach to realization of voice to skull, you're stuck. And that's exactly where they want you. Keep believing it's the government. Keep believing it's these secret programs. When in reality, it's speculations. There's no proof of it. There's no whistleblowers. They're just rambling on and on and on about these agency and You ain't gonna get the government to come out and say anything about it. So just rambling on with these what if and all these possibilities. When the reality is try to figure out a solution to minimize these gang stalkers and try to live your life again. And that's why I've been really emphasized on it's not government because it's not. And I already know who these gang stalkers are. And soon enough, you guys will know. For now, just no fear. If you haven't realized you're receiving voice to skull, experiment different things and try to get to that stage. Don't be scared when you go into a grocery store because they're not gonna hurt you. All they do is just talking about you and criticizing the things you do in the store and making comments. But at the same time, they're not the people in the store. So you're gonna have to somehow find your way and figure this out. Don't go into the store and just be scared of these voices because you know you can talk back to it using your head. Talk trash. Whenever you hear them and you don't like them, just talk trash in your head. Talk trash back to them. They make a comment, talk trash to them using your head. You respond to that comment. Give it some time. Don't just try a few times and then just give up on it. Like I said, the time frame, like it took me months to realize some of these things to finally set into my mind that okay, this really is happening like this. So don't just give it a try, one or two tries, and then just kind of give up on it. No, keep talking to them. If you hear them, respond back to them using your mind. Seriously, ask them questions. That's one thing. Oh, one thing about them is they don't like to answer questions. It's almost like they want to make comments about me, but if I ask them a question, they prefer not to answer it. Or if I tell them to do something, they definitely don't like that. So if you feel like messing with them, just tell them to do things and see what they'll say. I think it's funny. Well, now it's funny to me because I already know what they are. And I'm in the driver's seat. I hope you will too. Shun signing out. Hey everybody, how are you guys doing? A few years ago, I was lying in bed and I wasn't able to fall asleep. My mind was just going crazy with just all these random, interesting thoughts. Interesting enough to a point where it kind of keep me wondering. And as I'm lying there in bed, I just eventually realize it's getting late. I need to go to sleep. And I can't fall asleep. So what I did was I imagined all white, just everything just all white, like lights, just all white. So white where I can't even see my hands. So I just imagined that. And I spent a few minutes on it. And that worked for me. And I was able to fall asleep. Now, fast forward, I was also lying in bed one night. All the TVs, everything was turned off. And there was this ringing sound in my ear. And I found out this ringing sound is known as tinnitus. Even right now, I have that ringing sound in my ear. If I focus on it, I can hear it. But if I don't focus on it, I just go on, do my stuff throughout the day. But it's always in the background. And I truly believe targeted individuals have tinnitus. Now, with me saying that, it doesn't mean the gang stalking is not real. The gang stalking is very real. But I'm just saying targeted individuals, I believe, have tinnitus. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with this ringing sound, all you got to do is just 2 fingers, just plug your ears. Close your eyes, plug your ears super hard. Okay? Find that perfect zone. You might need to move your finger up and down to find that perfect zone to block out as much sound as possible. Close your eyes. And you might just find that ringing sound. Very faint. I truly believe the gang stalkers are behind the ringing sound. Now, when we think of voice to skull, or for those TIs that understand voice to skull, it's you hear voices in your head. But that's at a normal volume. A few years back, one day, I realized the voice to skull doesn't have to be at normal volume. They can be at extremely low volume. So low to a point you don't even realize that you're receiving voice to skull. So what does that mean? Well, that means a lot. That means you're going about your day, you're thinking, oh, there's no voice to skull. But in reality, you are receiving voice to skull. And the voices you can hear at normal volume, you already know what are some of the things they say. They're probably saying things to you that are just making you put you in fear, giving you paranoia, making you feel like something bad's about to happen, or they're just threatening things that they're going to do to you. Terrible, horrible things they're going to do to you, threatening you. Now, what about the voices that are at super low volume? Well, those super low volume voices have a lot to do with making you feel a certain way that you don't even realize. And that sort of anxious feeling, the anxiety feeling, or that sensation of, oh, something bad might happen, like that could come from the low volume voices. So take this time to kind of let that information set in. Voice to skull doesn't have to be something you can hear at normal volume. Like right now, if you're sitting there and you're doubting what I'm saying, you're probably hearing voice to skull at low volume from someone telling you, from the gang stalker telling you to discredit me. And the only way to really battle it is to train yourself to understand the objective. And what I mean by that is, if your objective is to sit down or stand there and watch my video, then you should really put your focus on watching my video from beginning to end. At any moment you receive any thoughts that are telling you to go do something else, or search for another video, or just do anything other than focus on watching my video, then you're receiving voice to skull that's taking your focus away. But if you're not hearing any voice to skull, but you're feeling like doing something else, then you're not completing your objective, which is to watch my video from beginning to end. So you got to ask yourself, why? You started this video knowing you want to watch it, and I know the information I share gives good insight or a different perspective, so it can help you. If not now, maybe later on down the line. So why would you want to change the video now, or think about changing the video, or even try to discredit me? Why would those thoughts come in your mind? Did you hear it from the gang stalkers? Are they criticizing me? If not, then maybe there's another gang stalker talking to you at a lower volume. See, imagine them, they're just like a buddy of yours, right? You and a friend hanging out. If your friend goes, oh, your friend tells you they're hungry and they want to go to McDonald's, what do? You would most likely start talking about the subject that's at hand, which is your friends talking about McDonald's. So you would probably thinking about McDonald's and start answering your friends about McDonald's. So your friend, in a way, put that thought into your mind, McDonald's. But the difference is you can actually hear your friend. Now imagine there's a voice at low volume and you can't hear it, and it's called McDonald's. That's when all of a sudden you're doing your homework. All of a sudden, boom, McDonald's pops in your mind. What the heck? Now think about it. You're sitting there trying to focus on doing your homework or doing your research or whatever, or watching a video like my video right now, and all of a sudden you start thinking about McDonald's out of nowhere. Yeah, you might be hungry, but why would you start thinking about McDonald's? Yes, if you want to think about what I just said, then good for you. Because I hope I just helped give you a new direction on ideas and insights. And I hope you will participate in the comments, because lately the comments have been really hot, active. Thank you so much for all of you for sharing. We can all help each other and stay positive. No fear. Shimon signing out. Hey everybody, how are you guys doing? In today's video, I want to continue on talking about voice to skull. And I always talked about no fear mentality. Now I'm going to tell you why no fear mentality is so important. Voice to skull don't stop. Voice to skull can happen at any moment, 24/7, 365 days out of the year. And one thing I learned is we are most vulnerable when we are sleeping. Yes, they do attack us physically when we sleep, but our mind is extremely vulnerable if you don't understand no fear. Now, why is that? When we're conscious, like right now, it's about 2/3 of the day. The remaining 1/3, the 8 hours, is when we're sleeping in general. So for a TI to go about the day in fear, their mind constantly thinking about the negative stuff of gang stalking and who are the gang stalkers, and too scared to go outside or worry about where the gang stalkers are and who are the gang stalkers in public. All those fears throughout the day, it's going to come into play when you're sleeping, because when you're sleeping in your subconscious, you have no defense. And that's when the voice to skull does the most damage. I'm confident to tell you that TIs have very negative dreams. For me, I noticed my dreams are usually set in a dark environment. I had dreams where I would be in a parking lot and then there'll be two gangs on each side having a shootout with me right in the middle. And obviously, I also remember running towards the nearest store, dodging all the bullets. In my dreams, I've been shot at many, many times, and I always remember myself running away from it and able to find my exit out of the situation. Now, I truly believe that have a lot to do with that no fear mentality when I'm conscious, because when I go to sleep, I'm bringing with me what's already embedded into my DNA, into my blood, which is no fear mentality against these gang stalkers. So in my dream, I was able to find a solution and find a way out of it. And for the more advanced TI, the ones that are more aware, you guys know dreams are induced into your head by these gang stalkers. So if you have fear when you're conscious, now's the time to stop living in fear and let those things that are negative and let those worries out of your system. You have to find peace to battle these gang stalkers. You have to stay calm. You have to be logical. You have to experiment different things. If you're not fortunate enough to experiment those things, well, luckily for you, I'm here. Yes, I experimented a lot. And thank God, living where I am, I'm able to do that. Experiment different things. And for those of you with neighbors, literally within 20 feet, you're going to have a difficulty. And my advice to you is slow those thoughts down. Slow the conversation down in your head. Don't have too many thoughts of negative situation or worries. Slow it down. You really need to use some of your energy to generate some of those positive thoughts in your mind, or hang out with your family or talk to your family, or just do something that you like to get your focus out of it. And recognize when those negative thoughts come in, because like my last video, if you're focusing doing something productive and all of a sudden these negative thoughts come in, try to recognize it. Where did it come from? They're low volume voice to skull, and all it does is try to take your focus away. It's okay. Don't worry about stopping it. Just worry about, sorry, don't even worry at all. That's the wrong word. See, that was a voice to skull to my head right now. Don't worry about stopping it. Just accept the fact that they can induce thought into your mind. So what you need to do is train yourself to counter it with positive reinforcement that empowers your spirit. Don't worry too much about who they are. I know who they are. And by the end of the series, I will show you. So don't worry about it. Just focus on yourself and your own spirit. Now, I'm gonna share a story with you guys. One time, a few years back, I was lying there on the couch and I fell asleep. And I was in a different house. I was in the kitchen. It wasn't my place. It's another house in the kitchen. And my wife, she walked away, and it was just me in the kitchen. And I remember I turned my head like this, and I said, "Demons." I turned my head and said, "Demons." And after I said that, something hit me in the chest, and I woke up. Those demons, I call them demons, the gang stalkers, were the same voices I hear, but they were in my dream because they were talking about me, or maybe I heard one of them laughing, but they were talking about me. So I was in this kitchen. I looked over and I said, "Demons," and there was no one there. And that's when something hit my chest, and I woke up. No fear. You must understand no fear when you're conscious. So when you go to sleep, you have some defense. I hope you have your audio set up because I've been telling you guys about audios for a while now. Play the audio when you're sleeping, low volume, or play some type of spiritual music. Because if you go to sleep where it's completely quiet, well, there's still a buzzing sound inside your ear, and the gang stalkers are definitely talking now. They could even talk louder than you ever realize because you're sleeping. And they're going to be able to manipulate your dreams. And you're most likely defenseless, and you're most likely going to have extremely negative dreams. So you don't want to be the TI where you go about your day in fear, and then when you go to sleep, you have fearful dreams. So that's too much fear in your life. No worries. You're in the driver's seat. You just don't realize it yet. And for those of you that do realize, then you know you got to be special to be the ones going through this. And I will show you exactly why. And you're going to find new purpose and new understanding in life. Shum Hong, signing out. Hey everybody, how are you guys doing? I hope all of you have been practicing the things I've been teaching you, and I hope you've been getting rid of some of those fear that you've been living with for the longest time. And I hope you've been thinking positively and block those negative thoughts from entering your mind. And I hope you guys been playing those audios that I love playing for my gang stalkers. Now, one thing I come to realization is when you guys watch my videos, your gang stalkers don't like the things I teach. All of you. Your gang stalkers hate me for teaching you guys all this information. And ever since I've been making these videos, I also noticed the harassment from my personal gang stalkers have gotten more intense on certain days, especially on days I make my videos. Because my gang stalkers, they hate the fact that I'm making these videos for you guys. Well, guess what? It's an act of self-defense. So don't feel guilty about it when you're talking trash to them. You're in the driver's seat. It's okay. Talk trash inside your mind. Today, I want to talk about something that's very important. I wasted a lot of my personal time daydreaming. Yes. Back in the days, many years ago, I realized that I became this person that no longer can manage time properly. For years, I would show up late to any appointments I had, and I was very slow in getting things done. And one day I had this appointment and I needed to get there. And when I was putting my socks on, it finally hit me. I realized it took me about 20 minutes to put my socks on. and put my shoes on. Why? Because I was daydreaming. I was in this fantasy stage of my mind where I'm just listening to these gang stalkers, low volume, voice to skull. They were feeding me all these different scenarios that I would find very interesting. Curiosity type of scenarios, these different situations in my head. And they know I like those type of situations. So they were luring me into thinking about those situations. When in reality, those situations most likely do not happen and will not benefit me whatsoever in my life. But I wasted many, many years of my life daydreaming. And one thing I also learned is when you daydream, it's also when you forget what's happening around you. Pay attention the next time one of your loved ones talks to you, because you might just realize you're daydreaming when they're talking to you, because the gang stalkers will purposely try to make you forget what your loved ones are saying to you, and vice versa. Because let me tell you, this voice to skull, it doesn't just happen to you, it happens to the people near you. See, you're special as a TI is because you have the ability that the majority of the population do not have, which is recognizing and hearing these gang stalkers. I truly believe the people in the world are all TIs. Yes, the majority of them, I would say 80% of them, are unaware that they're listening in on these low volume voice to skull. The remaining 20% are people like us, the TIs. We have a responsibility for society. We are the ones to educate others on being positive and being. Sorry, I lost the train of thought. These gang stalkers are really attacking me right now. So, us TI, the 20% of us, have a responsibility for society. We represent the positive, the good, and we are the ones here to play the devil's advocate against the devil. So, in a way, we're the God's advocate. Yes, we are. And that's why it's important for you TIs out there whom are living in fear to stop daydreaming. Once you stop daydreaming, your life will go back to normal somewhat. You will start to take care of your own personal business. And naturally, all that fear you have, you'll realize it's just self created problems. Yes, there are gang stalkers harassing you, but for a TI that's been going through this for many years, so what? At some point, you need to realize they're not doing anything but just verbally harassing you. Yes, they are physically attacking you with the so called direct energy weapon. Just do exercise, move around. If you have pain on your body, massage the area, do Tai Chi. And that's one thing I'm going to get into. Tai Chi is very important. Yes, I will go into detail on why understanding your chi flow means a lot. And it's the defense against these direct energy weapons. But back to the main focus of daydreaming. I wasted many years of my life daydreaming. And When I was putting my socks on, my shoes on, I realized it took me over 20 minutes to do it. That's when I understood that I'm just wasting a lot of my time thinking about nonsense. So here's what you do. We all know what daydreaming is: dozing off. Watch my eyes. You ever get into those situations where your friends or your family talking to you, or you're talking to one of your friend and family, and they're daydreaming? Their eyes are kind of like this, and their response are, yeah, huh, cool, okay, that's cool. Like they're daydreaming and they're giving you these lame responses. Stop doing that. As soon as you recognize that you're daydreaming, snap out of it. Put energy on your eyes. Focus your eyes. Snap out of it. These gang stalkers will make you daydream all day long if you don't fight back. And the only way to fight back is to recognize when you're daydreaming. You can feel it. It's almost like something just cling onto your head, like a beam or something like a sensations on your head. And the next thing you know, your eyes kind of becomes dozing off like this. Eyes, snap out of it. Some of you is going to take a few months to get used to. Others will take years. And unfortunately, there will be majority of TIs who will never understand this unless they start realizing it's not the government and start keeping an open mind and experiment different things, especially try out the things that I've been teaching you guys. So daydreaming is very bad for you. It's bad for everybody. When you daydream, you lose focus. And just to be fair, daydreaming is actually a time when you can become creative, because I do notice my creativity, or more on the wild side, when I daydream, because in our mind we can think of anything. There's no limits. So when you daydream, you do become more creative in your thoughts. But you have to ask yourself, are these thoughts benefiting you in life? Are these thoughts making you happy? Are these thoughts going to help you become successful? Are these thoughts going to help your 5-year plan in the future, your 3-year plan, your 10-year plan? Are these thoughts going to help you achieve what you want in life? So be the judge on these thoughts that you're receiving. Don't waste your energy daydreaming about senseless, useless, wasteful, absolutely evil, or just thoughts that were just irrelevant in your life. Stop those what if thoughts or those what if situations. Even though you're interested in those thoughts, now's the time for you to become more serious and just stay away from those thoughts. It took me, I would say, at least over a year to fully understand that daydreaming is really bad for me, and to get myself out of the daydreaming stage. So remember, daydreaming needs to stop. And it takes time to practice on stopping it and recognizing it. No fear. Shim Hong, signing out. Hey everyone. It's been a while since I made a video, and I just want to continue with where I left off. I want to mention that a lot of you targeted individuals out there whom are preaching isolation and staying away from friends and family and coworkers, and blame all the problems on gang stalking. For those of you TIs out there whom are believing in that, the direction you're headed is the wrong direction. Now, let me explain. Based on my personal experience, when I'm by myself, the gang stalkers, they love to do what they do, annoy me and bother me, and doing all the things that piss me off. And when I go out into public, supermarket, or just driving around, or going to meetings, or appointments, family gathering, seeing friends, when I'm out in public, I tend to block all the gang stalkers out of my head. And the same goes for seeing my family, having dinner with them, or just going out with them, or just relaxing with them. So hanging out with my family actually helps me against these gang stalkers. It takes them out of my mind for the time being. So it's a good thing to not be isolated. And it's a good thing to change your situation. That's why I teach you guys to find a new hobby, take care of your business, do something productive and positive for yourself to keep you on track to get your life back together. So if you're a TI and you've been staying away from your friends and family and having a terrible attitude towards life, well, you're actually falling into the trap of these gang stalkers. That's exactly what they want you to do. Be isolated. Because when you're isolated, you're in your privacy, and they just love messing with you. Before I realized these gang stalkers were in my life messing with my personal relationships, I I was going through a rough time with my ex-girlfriend, and there was cheating involved in all that, and she tried her best to prove to me that nothing was going on, and my mind was just stuck on not believing her. And one of the things that really bothered me was whenever I talked to her on the telephone. And fast forward to now, I know what's going on, and I can comfortably say, all you TIs out there know exactly what I'm talking about when I say you're talking to someone on the cell phone and you're hearing gang stalkers. Okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So from my experience was when I call her or when she calls me, I talk to her on the phone, I would hear gang stalkers, right? At the time, I didn't know they were gang stalkers, but I would hear these like sounds of other men or someone near her listening on the cell phone next to her, kind of like she's holding the phone and someone's standing right there, kind of like listening in, eavesdropping. And I would hear, remarks and stuff. If I say something, I would hear a man's remark mocking me and things like that. And obviously at the time I didn't believe her. I would, in my mind, I would believe someone was next to her. So I would make her to do things such as, well, when I talk to you, I want you to use a separate camera and record yourself talking to me. So she would, and she would do that. And I would watch the videos, and as I watching the video, my mind would constantly try to think of ways to doubt her, even though she's just filming herself talking to me on the phone. The conversation, everything's recorded. She's always like filming herself. And as I'm watching the video, my mind would start to think, that can't be. I know someone is there. Someone must be behind the camera. Like, meaning she's filming and someone's standing behind the camera. So, and then I thought of, okay, I'm gonna need her to stand right in front of a mirror. So, and have the camera pointing at her with the mirror behind her. So if there's a mirror behind her, then I'll see the reflection and make sure no one's behind the camera. So she would do that. She'll comply. And when I'm watching it, there's no one there. I still don't want to believe it because I'm so sure someone was there. And then I would start to believe someone was crawling on the floor just out of sight. Because, she wasn't really filming that well. Like, she just kind of get the mirror behind her. It covers a good area, but then it doesn't cover the floor. So I would start telling myself, someone's actually crawling on the floor as she films. And then I would demand her to, talk to me in front of her closet mirror, because it's like a full-size mirror. And she would do that. And then I would tell myself, okay, I still don't believe it, because she would kind of like move around a little bit sometimes as she talks, which is normal. So I would tell her to don't move, stand there the whole time. And she would comply. And I still didn't believe her. And that's just one example of things that she did for me. And fast forward to now, thinking back on it, I was a terrible person to her. I was a really bad person. I had temper issues. I yelled and screamed at her, practically tried to force her out of my life every day. I was just a bad person. One night I remember screaming at her on the phone, and she drove over, and I was screaming at her in front of her. I was so pissed off. I was throwing things. I was just really upset, and she was crying. And it got so bad, I went outside and got into my car, and I sat in my car in the dark. And I was just calming down, and eventually I realized something. I remember asking myself, was that really me? Because I know I'm not a violent person. I'm not that type of person where I'll just be throwing things and get so upset. So it's almost like a moment of awakening where I realized, who was that person that was so angry and so violent? And I didn't really know at the time, but I did ask myself, was that really me? And just by me recognizing that and asking that question in my head, it was a huge turning point for me. And at the time, I didn't realize that, but now I do. And I want to tell you a secret these gang stalkers do to you targeted individuals. So when you're talking to someone on the phone, what was going on with me was there's a high volume voice to skull. So that's where I can hear someone else's voice and believing someone was there with her. And at the same time, I'm getting hit with low volume voice to skull, And what that was the low volume voice of God was telling me, she's cheating on you. Someone's there. They just had sex. Someone's there with her. So I didn't hear the low volume, but it was a feeling. You see what I'm saying? It's like a 1-2 combo. The high volume is mocking me on the phone, so I can hear them. And then the low volume is making me feel that, oh, she's cheating. Someone's there. And don't trust her. Don't trust her. And the low volume was also the voice that was telling me all the other possibility that could be going on. Meaning, oh, someone is behind the camera. Someone is on the floor. Someone is just around the corner. Or you're walking down Walmart. Someone's one aisle over. So those are the low volume voices called. And that 1-2 combo is very dangerous. That's why it's important for you TIs out there to use logic and calm yourself down and really think about it and try to be logical about what's going on. Could there really be someone that's following me? Anyone that passes me out in public? Is there a stalk me? Is it possible? No. Someone is not going to follow you or track you everywhere you go. No agency is going to do that. But there is gang stalking. You have to go out of the box to figure out what's happening. If you just believe in it's the government, well, that's fine. But I hope you'll break out of it. Because don't be stuck with just the government and then you settle with that idea and then you're done. The gang stalkers are not the government. And giving the credit to the government is giving them too much credit. It's important to have friends and family because that's what keeps you sane. It's good to watch your local news. That's what keeps you sane. That keeps you more in the reality of what's going on. And if you're too isolated, you're talking too much in your head, or you're listening too much to the gang stalkers, you're gonna live in a fantasy. Kind of like what I was doing, believing someone was behind the camera, someone was crawling on the floor. I mean, there are times I would tell myself, who in the right mind and who's got the balls, got the courage to mock me to a point where they'll be standing behind the camera every phone conversation I'll have with my ex? Who would do that? That's nonsense. That's crazy. Who would crawl on the floor and mock me and laugh at what's going on every time I talk to my ex-girlfriend? That is insane. You want to use logic? That's not logic at all. That's just craziness. And I was crazy at the time. Now I'm not, because I know what's going on. And if you don't figure it out, yeah, it's possible that you could go crazy. I hope not. Don't run away from your family. They're not the gang stalkers. No fear. Monk signing out. Everybody, I'm back to make another video for you guys. And in today's video, it's going to be really good information. Straight to the point. No run around. It's just the way it is. Now, TIs, we go through gang stalking. So you know you're a TI because you have gone this far. You know about gang stalking, which is a modern day term. And once you figure this out, the way I see it is you go on your passage, your journey. And this passage, the time frame is not set. So for some of you, it might take you years to figure it out, while others might just take a few months, or some will just never ever move higher than the passage. If anything, they go backwards into the danger zone. So in the passage is when you recognize voice to skull. When you're in gang stalking, this is the part where a TI did not recognize voice to skull yet, and he or she would believe, oh, people in public are the gang stalkers, and they don't hear any voices in their head. So that just means they are still here at the gang stalking stage, which is a very basic stage. And the gang stalkers, they would love to keep you here on the stage because that means they got you exactly where they want you, which is confused, which is scared, vulnerable, and uh, isolated. You that TI would run away from family, friends, and loved ones, and just upset or just angry and really, really scared of what's happening. When you're in this stage, you have to do your investigative work. Whatever your mind is thinking about that are in fear, you're going to need to figure out a solution. You have to investigate, are those people really the gang stalkers? You hear voices coming from that direction, okay, out in public. You need to go talk to those people in a friendly, nice way, engage in small talks, and try to match the voices. That's what I did. And the voices don't match. So that's how I mean, that's only one example, but eventually I realized, well, not the gang stalkers. And once you figure out this stage, for me, that's when the voice to skull came in. Because in the beginning, I would hear them on the outside a lot, on the other side of the wall. When I go driving, I would hear them in someone else's car if they have their radios on. So, and I would believe, oh, is it this driver next to me? I'd go into stores, out in public. I would hear them from a direction where people are, and I would think, oh, I would get thoughts, oh, or those the gang stalkers. So once you figure out, or once I figured out, people in public are not gang stalkers, and there's a while where I just kind of stay home, where I was isolated from the outside, and knowing where I live, I have no neighbors that are close enough to really make me believe, oh, it's the neighbors. Even though in the beginning I thought it was the neighbors, but eventually I realized there's no way those neighbors can scream out so loud where I can hear them, literally like they're just right there. And that's where I realized, okay, something else is going on, and that's when I discovered voice to skull. It's when they start talking to me in isolation. Now, once you realize voice to skull, that's where the battle really happens. Because I always preach you guys no fear. When you have no fear mentality, you have home court advantage. And this voice to skull in your mind, you have to be the Superman or the Superwoman. You have to be in charge of your own battlefield, of your own home court. And that's where no fear, talking trash, and don't believe their words, and just repeat the same one or two phrases to them. I like to repeat the FU to them using my mind, or in audios, super low volume, just FU, FU, FU over and over and over again in the background. That's what I like to do. It's fun to me knowing that they get irritated. So you'll be in this stage passage, recognizing voice to skull for a while. And for me, it took about 2.5 years. And during this stage, you'll actually learn a lot about what's going on. you actually discover um, that this whole time you've been receiving voices skull. And also, the voices you hear outside are not that far away. They're closer than you think or than you believe. Actually, they're literally right next to you. And eventually, I got to a point where I realized there's something else beyond voice to skull. There's a lower voice to skull, and that have to do with feelings, right? That's really dangerous. That's where I recognize, oh, all those thoughts that I thought I was right turns out to be just coming from this. So when you recognize this part, that to me is we become an enlightened individual or enlightened individuals. There's still a lot of work to be done here, but once you recognize lower voice to skull, like I did, I see the world completely differently. There's a lot more information out there. Just clicked. Everything just clicked and answers questions like, are we alone? Is there life after death? And is there a God? Once you reach here, this is where the fun begins. Because, like I always tell you guys, you're in the driver's seat. And if you can reach here, you have a lot of fun. All this seems like a long time ago. That's why I'm easy breezy. No fear. You have to have no fear to have a good passage, to reach this part, to be enlightened. You don't understand no fear and you're in your passage. You still believe it's the government, you believe it's your friends, your family, all this other stuff. All those are lies coming from this. But you don't realize that because you haven't recognized this yet, the lower voice of skull. You haven't recognized lower voice of skull. You actually believe it's your own thoughts that, oh, your family's involved, that your roommates are involved, that your landlord's involved, that your girlfriend, boyfriends are involved, that your husband, wives are involved, that coworkers are involved. No, they're not. Now that I'm here, I see all of them as TIs, just like you and I. But they just don't realize. But since you're a TI and you realize, and you're most likely here, then you're only listening to this lower voice of skull, and you're believing it, thinking it's your own thoughts, but it's not. So if you don't understand, you have to reach the lower voice of skull. If you believe everyone around you are the gang stalkers, then over time, you're just gonna be in the danger zone. You're gonna basically reach an area that's gonna be extremely hard to get out of. Because you already experienced so much other things, and so far they're not helping you. Now you're actually going backwards and falling deeper into the gang stalking trap. And now you're actually in the danger zone because you already believe everyone's around you is involved. You believe anyone you live with are involved. You believe if you get a job, your coworker, your boss, everyone's involved. You even believe emergency response are involved. Police, fire trucks, firefighters, paramedics. You think all of them are involved? Doctors gonna be involved. Dentists are involved. Like you're in danger zone. And this is the area where I've seen videos of some TIs stuck for 30 years running away from helicopters, thinking any helicopters above their head are there to spy on him or her. That's a terrible life, terrible way to live, a terrible way to end. This part, the passage, you watch my videos, I don't see why you wouldn't get here. Because I'm the best. If I helped you in any way, please subscribe and like, because that's what motivates me to make more videos. Until then, no fear. Practice talking trash using your mind. And if you disagree with the things I just said, one day you're going to understand. I hope. Shimon, signing out. Hey everybody. Hi everyone. Back for another video. And in today's video, I'm doing it here with a whiteboard behind me. The reason for that is because based on my experience, it's just better to hear the things or hear from other people, but yet also see it with your own eyes. So I think by writing it down, it's going to help all of you understand or get a better picture of what's going on. So in today's video, some of you TIs out there is not going to like the thing that I will be sharing with you. And a small percentage of you will understand exactly what I'm talking about and support the things that I am sharing. So let's start by continuing with the last video, talking about how high-low, voice to skull, how they work in combinations. And that's a very dangerous combination when the high volume voice to skull and the lower voice to skull working together. And let's start by talking about lower voice to skull. I call it LV2K, lower voice to skull. Now this is a very dangerous voice to skull because it's what's keeping you feeling like, oh, you're correct. The things that it tells you makes you believe it's your thought. It makes you feel like you're predicting the perfect scenario. You're predicting exactly what's going on and you know exactly what's happening. And let me tell you, for those TIs that cannot understand what this means, the gang stalkers have you exactly where they want you, which is stuck with the higher volume voice to skull. And this will never reveal itself until you starting to figure out what's happening. Once you start figuring out what's happening, soon enough, this will reveal itself and you will understand it. Now, see this word neighbors? So this is based on my experience. When all this started, I had problems with my neighbors. I used to believe it was my neighbors. I used to believe they would hop over the fence in the middle of the night and just hang out on my property. And I also believe they would sneak to my windows and be on the other side of my window, eavesdropping. Who knows what they're doing? Stealing things. And I know you have similar situations with your neighbors. So I can comfortably say all TI have problems with neighbors. All TIs. And if you live in an apartment complex or places with homes nearby that are very close, it's going to be difficult for you. And if you truly believe it's your neighbors, which is not, then you're creating a bad living environment. And this bad living environment is going to make you feel like you don't want to go outside, or you're probably peeping out the window through the blinds. And when you see neighbors outside, the lower voice to skull will kick in and start telling you stuff like, oh, your neighbor's out there probably installing some type of camera, probably out there doing some bad things, or they're the ones that are screaming out loud, talking trash about you. See how all this information is connected to the lower voice to skull. Now, for me, when I thought it was my neighbors, I went and bought a bunch of cameras. Okay, I bought a bunch of cameras. I installed a bunch of cameras covering all the angles. And if you haven't done so, then you should, because that's a way for you to satisfy your own mind. Because until you actually see the cameras and realize there's no one out there, your mind's going to keep listening to this lower voice to skull. So your eyes need to see the visual to prove the thoughts that you have, which are not yours, comes from this, are wrong. Because there are no neighbors outside peeping at your windows or on your property or doing whatever they're doing. So until you have cameras, you're going to be just listening to this. And it's going to be a tough battle. So I installed cameras. And I was able to see there's no one out there. Because I would remember, okay, this happened. Go check my cameras. Nothing was there. There's no people there. But for the longest time, I would believe someone was on the other side of the wall. And that comes back to no solid proof. And for you TIs out there who talk about your neighbors, let's be fair. You say they're gang stalking you. What are they doing? Breaking into your home? Well, if that happens, then get cameras. Don't just let them do it again. You have to do things to prevent those situations that you believe caused by your neighbors or the gang stalkers. You have to defend yourself and get some cameras. Do something. Change the locks. And for me, there's no solid proof because it's not the neighbors. And for most TIs out there, you probably do have cameras and you try to catch them and you got no proof. And if you do, you don't see your neighbors outside doing anything. I mean, even if you capture your neighbors outside, they're not doing anything. It's nothing that's worth taking them to court. You can't take them to a lawsuit. It won't stand in court. And you should know this by now. There's no solid proof because it's not your neighbors. And when you install cameras, don't try to hide around the cameras. Don't try to catch them in the act. Put it outside where everyone can see, straight in front of their faces so they know you have cameras. Don't try to sneak around and hide cameras just to try to catch them in the act. Because then you'll still just, in the back of your mind, you'll be listening to this voice, kept trying to tell you, oh, okay, maybe today you're going to capture them doing stuff. In reality, your neighbor's not doing anything. Okay? If you have roommates, remember the video I made about my previous roommate, how he came out with a baseball bat? Well, if you're a TI, you're actually not a great roommate if you believe your neighbors are the one doing this, because your roommates are not involved. But since you're listening to this, you do believe your roommate's involved, because sometimes I would watch videos, TI will be talking about, how the roommate is on the other side of the door eavesdropping. Well, if that's the case, put a camera out there on the hallway. That's all you got to do. You have to confirm on those accusations. You have to confirm them, and that will satisfy your own mind. And one thing, the most powerful thing about this lower voice to skull is it works on your vulnerability. Okay? It knows all your fears. Because in my previous videos, I told you how gang stalkers, they know exactly what you're thinking. They can read your mind. So there's no information you can really hide from them. And they see what you see. So they know exactly what your worries are. And if you have fear in your mind, to them, it's opportunity. And they will use it against you every time. And the more fear you have, the more opportunities they have to work against you. That's why I always preach the no fear mentality, because when you have no fear, they don't have much to work with. And that's a fact. And by the way, if you're a TI, you need to subscribe to my channel, because I can tell you this. I know what I know based on my personal experience, and my information are extremely good. And you might go to websites, you might go to other people's channel, and you see them talking about all these things happening, identifying problems. That's great. But where's the solution? I always, in all my videos, I try to give you guys a solution and how to go about it. And that's a fact. So if you're a TI and you want an answer, I have it for you. And pretty soon I'm going to have to start a question and answer series, because there's just a lot of random questions out there. And I really believe those videos, questions and answers, will actually help a lot of you. So continue on with this, with the government. Now, majority of TIs all believe it's the government. Let me tell you this. 4 years ago, I would believe it's the government. Because, I mean, this whole program is so advanced, so expensive, right? Based on most of what TIs believe. It has to be the government. But let me tell you, there is no government program. And it's not the government. If you actually looked around, what did TI say? Majority of them believe in CIA, FBI, InfoGuard, DEA. There's a command center, okay, where these perps actually relate to. And the perps get paid by gift cards. Now, what this means is all comes from the lower voice to skull. TIs are intelligent people. And at one point, I was believing in the government, because how else can this happen, right? And our mind would try to make sense of this. Our mind would try to make sense of what's happening. And this is the part where you have to go out of the box on your research. If you stick with the modern day science, the only proper answer is the government, because they're the only one capable of doing stuff like this. But it's not the government. And by saying the government, it's giving the government too much credit, because the government are not this efficient. And if you say government? Which government? Which country? Like, which country's government is doing this? That's a question for you. Which country? The USA? You have to think about it. Whoever has control of this power can potentially control the world, if you think about it. Who's to say this gang stalking happens to us, TIs, because we can hear them, right? We're being abused. Who has the answer? Who can prove that it's not happening to everybody else? Well, I tell you this. The entire worlds are TIs. The entire world. It's just us, that people that realize we are TIs, you and I. We're just more advanced, because we can actually hear them, hear the gang stalkers. But the entire world, everybody's a TI. And it's not the government. The government don't have the power to do what they do. And the government, if it was the government are not so sloppy to use gift card programs. This is ridiculous. Gift cards. There's a lot of misinformation out there. And for TIs keep preaching about they get paid in gift cards, I'm sorry, but it's not. And you got no proof of it. You don't. And you might not like what I say, because it's just heartbreaks to you, but I've been there. I've been exactly where you are now. I used to believe in the government. So, I mean, it's okay. You must realize it's not the government. Otherwise, you're not elevating yourself. You're not going to exit the gang stalking. You're not. Because you believe it's government, then you're heading down the wrong path. And who knows how much longer you're going to be heading down that path, until one day, maybe, hopefully, by divine intervention, you'll realize it's time to accept the fact that it's not the government. Because I know what's going on. This thing is ridiculous. It's not the government. And the TIs that believe it's the government to the fullest don't even know exactly who or which government. They're just talking nonsense. And their websites that talked about how they use surveillance, that's all fabricated. Like this one site, Targeted Justice. Had great information, okay? Lots of good information. But I gotta tell you, the part that explains surveillance, how there's command centers and all this stuff, fabricated. All fabricated. Makes me wonder why it's such a great website, but when it comes to surveillance, they'll fabricate all that because they have no proof of anything. But yet they'll type it out like they know it all. And that's another thing. There are some TIs out there who talks like they know it all. They talk like, oh, how this program works and what people do and how they get paid gift cards and how they communicate with hand signals. Hand signals, really? That's just overly sensitive. That is the lower voice to skull talking. This thing is always yapping. And it knows you're in fear when you're in public because you're afraid of these gang stalkers. And if you take in that misinformation about how other people talk about hand signals, if you take in that information, the next time you go out, they're going to use this as a way to mess with you. They're going to start identifying people in public, be like, oh, look at it. Pay attention to that person's hands. Oh, they just threw a signal. That is nonsense. Think about it. It's nonsense. And for those TIs who talk to like they actually know it all, why are they still so stressed out? Why are they still in fear? Why they still don't even know which government branch or which country's government or who is involved? They don't. Those are misinformation. Those are misleading information. They don't know. But I know. And soon enough, very soon, I would say within the next 5 episodes, you guys are going to know. So subscribe to my channel. And I to this day, I only found 1 or 2 channels that actually knows what they're talking about. Not including mine. So if you found my channel, that's a good thing. Continue on. Public. Hey guys, the video cut off and I have to redo this last part of my previous video. So civilians out in public. Majority of TIs will believe people in public are part of the gang stalkers. Now, you have to think about it. Is it possible that all these people are there for you? You go out to the supermarket, you go out to the park, you start walking on the sidewalk of a downtown, and people walking by for somehow, in some reason, to you, to the TI, believe those people are there to stalk him or her. And that is because of the lower voice to skull. The lower voice to skull is the voices that makes the TI feel and believe it's their own thought, his or her own thoughts. And if the TI do not recognize those voices or not his or her own thoughts, the TI would believe those voices. So the voices start telling the TI very low, super low volume. Those voices tell the TI, these civilians that are walking by with gang stalkers, if the TI don't recognize they're not his own thoughts, his or her own thoughts, that TI is falling into the trap. And once that TI is in the trap, all these things happen. Red and blue. Okay, there's a large percentage of TIs out there for whatever reason, they find the color red or blue to be related to gang stalking. And I was never gotten into this. For a while, I did believe civilians was gang stalking me, but then that didn't last long. I never got myself involved into this. So the only explanation I have for this is whenever the TI would see a red car or a blue car, the lower voice to skull would make the TI pay attention to that color, to that car, and then also the higher volume voice to skull will mock the TI. So the TI, so that 1-2 combination, now the TI is starting to believe has something to do with the red car. And if that happened enough, the TI could eventually live a life that's believing something to do with red and blue related to gang stalking. And a parking lot. I've seen videos where TI just sit there in the car filming other people, and there might be another car with their headlights on, and the TI would start targeting that car as gang stalkers. I mean, let's be honest here. There's no way for the TI to know that car is part of the gang stalkers. Just because someone's sitting in their car with the headlights on does not mean they're gang stalkers. And that's where the logic needs to come in play, because TI that are actually fallen victim to this, those TIs are treading water. They're literally right up treading water and going crazy. This is a danger zone. If you actually believe most of these things, like police cars, ambulance, or fire trucks, these emergency vehicles, if you believe these emergency vehicles are there to harass you, then I have to tell you, you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you, but you are treading water, dangerous water. Believing these emergency vehicles are there to harass you, it'll be tough for you to get out, because you have lost your sense of logic. You have lost your sense of reality. And that's me being honest to you. I mean, I was there too. I lost sense of reality when I kept believing my ex-girlfriend was cheating on me, on the phone every time I called her. But all TIs go through it. But I've never gotten myself this deep. This is really deep. Let's put deep trap. LVT, lower voice is called deep trap. There's nothing going on with these cars. They are not the gang stalkers. The gang stalkers are not the civilians. Red and blue have nothing to do with gang stalking. Parking lot, people are just parking there. These emergency vehicles, they're not there to harass you. I mean, they're quite busy, I would imagine, and I hope they are. They're not there to harass you. No one is funding all this and funding a gift card program just to harass you. But then real gang stalking do exist. Gang stalking is real. And so what is it? Well, that's for you to figure out. And if you can't figure it out, I will help you. I will share the answer with you by the end of my series. So for now, try to recognize the lower voice to skull. And the only way to do that is to pick an objective. Sit there. Let's say your objective is to sit there and think about your dinner, okay? And you're gonna need to set a time. So for the next 30 minutes, you're gonna sit there thinking about your dinner. And try to recognize that during that 30 minutes, if you stop thinking about dinner and start thinking about something else. If you start thinking about something else, that means the idea came from the lower voice to skull. soon you will understand exactly what I'm talking about. For now, no fear. Shunho signing out. Hey everybody. So this is going to be my 30th video in my Truth of Gang Stalking series. And thanks to all of you for your support. So we're 3/4 of the way finished. In today's episode, I will be talking just about lower voice to skull. If you've been following all my videos, I hope by now you understand the lower voice to skull is a huge battle. And thinking back on it, anytime there's a situation that didn't go my way, those situations are opportunities for the lower voice to skull. The gang stalkers know what you're thinking about. The gang stalkers know what you're hearing. They also know what you're seeing. They know how you feel. There's nothing you can hide from these gang stalkers. So that information needs to be set in. And whenever something negative happens, I go out, I go to places, or I try to get something or achieve certain result. If things don't work my way, those opportunities are exactly what the lower voice to skull will use or used against me. And what the lower voice to skull will do to a targeted individual is takes away the TI's focus. It takes away the TI's concentration. It makes the TI high in a way, like in a trance. And I noticed when the lower voice to skull is taking away my concentration, even though I am moving around and doing things, I wasn't paying attention to what was really going on. A few hours passed by, I would forget where I exactly put certain thing, or I forget a lot of the detail of what just happened. And that's because the lower voice to skull is constantly yapping in your ears. I can hear them right now. It's like a frequency buzzing sound. And that buzzing sound can increase. And when it increases, I would feel like kind of like I'm high, but not really like a euphoric high. It's more like a drowsy high. You know, like kind of drowsy, kind of like half asleep but not type of high. And if I start doing things, most likely I won't remember what I was really doing in detail, in good detail. If I was asked what I ate for lunch 2 days ago, I wouldn't remember what I ate 2 days ago for lunch. These little details. And also notice I would doze off. And when I doze off, I'm not really thinking about anything, but it's like my mind's being held without any thought process. And I'm just end up standing there, kind of dozing off. And the lower voices go working with the higher voices go out in public. So the lower voices go is what really solidify these different situations happening in our lives. For instance, I'm in a parking lot. I just bought some groceries. I'm trying to put groceries into my trunk. And if people were talking, 10, 20 feet away, I would hear the gang stalkers' voices talking over there. But since I'm already so experienced, I wouldn't even look over there because I already know they're trying to mess with me. And the lower voices skull would kick in and tell me, oh, those people are talking about you. As it wants me to turn my head and look over. I used to do that, but I don't do that no more because I already know these negative thoughts comes from the lower voice to skull. And like right now, as I'm making this video, I can feel them attacking me very intensely because the lower voice to skull is the problem, the troublemaker. For those of you that feels like wherever you go, these different people are involved, they are not. You're only listening to the lower. The high volume voices go and the low volume voices go. They're always working together. I would have to say the lower voices go does more work than the higher voices go. That's a fact. When you're driving your car and you start feeling the car next to you is not speeding up or slowing down, it's kind of just chilling next to you. Well, that's a situation that's happening, and it's an opportunity for the lower voice to go. And it will tell you that's a gang stalker, or they're stalking you, or when a TI is irritated for whatever reason, the lower voices go already know the TI's fears and what bothers the TI will use those information and feelings to make this TI even more frustrated. And like I told you guys before, I believe the entire world, everyone's a TI. Just some, the more advanced TI, like you and I, knows about gang stalking and targeted individuals. We can hear the gang stalkers. And that's about 20% of us TIs out there. The remaining 80%, they don't even realize they're receiving thoughts from lower voice to skull. That's why gang stalking is a global phenomenon. And the gang stalkers, they are advanced. They are more advanced than anything humans can create. The lower voice to skull is what makes you feel like everyone around you are involved. And the lower voice to skull is what makes you feel like you are the center of the world. The lower voice to skull is what gives you that ego boost to make you believe you have the complete story. UTIs out there, I'm sorry to tell you, but you don't have the complete story because you don't know who they are. But give credit where credit's due. Gang stalking is advanced. Gang stalking is way ahead of our time. And I believe our minds, or most people's minds, are just not developed enough to understand the information. But since by chance, I discovered the information, I will share with you guys. And only by knowing those information will you understand what's going on. For the next 10 episodes, I will focus more on my personal experience and what happened to lead me to discovering who they are. And I will focus on the physical aspect because the last 10 episodes, like I promised you guys, it's going to be on voice to skull. That's the mental. But the gang stalkers are in the physical. They are in the physical. There are more I want to talk about, but right now, at this very moment, I'm getting heavy attack. It's okay. I'm going to go swimming after this. I'm going to feel great. Just remember, no fear. Talk trash. You need to talk trash, otherwise, they will not respect you. Shimon signing out. Hi, everyone. How are you guys doing? If you've been a subscriber since the beginning or earlier uh, on this Truth of Gang Stalking journey, and if you actually watch my videos from beginning to end, then good for you because you definitely are one of the more advanced TI. And if you skip out on the end of my videos, just go back and watch it again. I still watch my videos once in a while, and every time I watch it, it reminds me of something that I have forgotten, or it triggers something new that's overlooked. So if you have time, definitely watch my videos more than once. So we are at the last stage of this video series, and we're almost at the home stretch. And at video number 35, I will tell you guys whom are the gang stalkers. And at video number 40, I will show you the faces of the gang stalkers. So at 35, I'm going to tell you who they are. The last video, I will show you who they are. And I will try to make each episode from now on better than the previous one. I will try to do my best. Now, today I really want to share some information with you guys, and I would really like all of you that's watching to help me and help the TI community. I know my information are good. I know my information are positive, and I know a lot of you out there are enjoying the information that I share with you. Thank you for supporting me. My information is not reaching the public fast enough. Every day there are more TIs losing their mind than gaining control of their own life. And I truly believe my information can help them. Please do your part in helping the TI community. Whenever you're reading some information or someone's blog or post or comment, help them out. Share one of my videos. Help them so they can get new insight and new information to battle this gang stalking phenomenon. Like I've been telling you for the longest time, it's your battle. We each have our own battle, and only you can defeat your own battle. So please just share my information to any TI that's in need of help. When I watch some of these videos from other TIs, they would justify what they're doing, filming. It's gathering evidence. I understand the part about gathering evidence, and that's great. But my advice for any of you TIs out there, if you're going to be filming, gathering evidence, try not to be aggressive, be violent, be verbally violent, be very just over hyper on the situation, just on the extreme, just extremely aggressive towards any innocent people or just bystanders. It's just not a good way to gather evidence. The judge sees that, the judge is going to think something is wrong with this person. I mean, watching the video, people's going to tell who's the aggressor and who's the stalker. So for you TIs out there gathering evidence, try to remember, try to be fair. I always try to teach you guys to be fair, give the others benefit of doubt. Because I've seen videos where a TI would be filming people in the store, and at the same time would be talking trash about some innocent person holding a cell phone and claiming that person is a gang stalker with the cell phone filming the TI. To me, that is just over the top. I know exactly what that's like because I was there at one point, kind of like living in a fantasy. Because you think about it, that is kind of like a fantasy, that whole idea of that person's holding a cell phone. I know that person is filming me. That is just like a fantasy because common sense is there's no way the TI knows if that person is filming him or her. No way. They're just on their phone. But the TI is so sure that person is filming him or her. I mean, if you show that as evidence to the judge is going to think you're crazy. So it's very important for the TIs out there to just try to tone it down when you want to gather evidence. And to be honest with you, I'll be truthful with you. The evidence you have is not evidence. I have the evidence that you need, and I will show it to you. The people in public are not gang stalkers. And if you've been so sure and actually firm about this path you're going down, then that's fine. That's fine. But when I release the information, just try to be fair and try to be understanding. I'm here to help you. The lower voice skull is going to try to make your mind doubt what I'm saying. But my method is the most positive way to go about it. I no longer try to pick at little things and try to nag about it because life goes on. You still have to wake up and go do your thing and continue living. Well, depends on your responsibility, but majority of you is going to want to continue living. So life goes on and you got to do something about it. You got to balance your lifestyle and balance everything. I mean, what better way to do it than try to be more positive, because gang stalking is negative. And my method speaks for itself. And I will show you exactly the face of these gang stalkers. Faces of gang stalkers. Um, for now, sorry guys, there was a forklift. I had to stop the video, and now I lost my train of thought. I can't go back in and watch my where I left off because it's the same video. Um, I I don't know if any of you ever thought about gang stalkers helping you, or ever thought about, instead of going against these gang stalkers, a way to make them, or at least get them to help you, or agree on them helping you. And my answer to that is, do not do it. Do not do it. These gang stalkers can help you, but you have to understand something. If you allow them to help you to achieve whatever you want, who knows what you want, right? And once you get to that point where you achieve what you wanted, the gang stalkers got a hold of you now. They can just take it away, just like that. So don't get pulled into this trap of being successful, or getting the material that you want. Don't let these gang stalkers lie to you, and do not believe them. Yes, they can help you. They absolutely can. And there are people out there in this world that are being helped by gang stalkers. My next episode, I will share a secret with you. And this secret I'm going to share with you, the people out there whom are getting helped by gang stalkers, they're not going to like it. But I'm not going to mention names. And just a theory, right? So remember, do not trust the gang stalkers. No fear. And share my videos to help other TIs out there. Each one of you should at least help 5 people, 5 TIs out there. 5 or 10, maybe even 20. If you know information that other TIs out there just don't, then technically you have a responsibility to help this person, or at least give this person a new direction, a new lead to go on. I mean, you're a TI. You got to help other TIs. Shimon, signing out. Hey, everybody. Today's going to be a very special episode. I will reveal one of the magic tricks that's a mystery to the world. Now, this episode, I truly believe, if you watch the entire from beginning to end, you will be elevated. Yes, I will help you elevate. Now, please pay attention. There is this magic trick out there. It's it's where the magician will pick six people, six audience, randomly six audience, and these audience will each call out a number, and once all six numbers are are called out, the magician will pull out a lottery ticket, and this lottery ticket will have the exact same matching number. Now, this is a very advanced, very mysterious, and one of those unbelievable type of magic. It's not just little kids, playing card tricks or making coins disappear. This is one of those magic that just makes people wonder, how is it possible? I'll tell you how it's possible. The magician needs the gang stalkers. Now think about it. What have I always taught you? The gang stalkers can see what you see. The gang stalkers knows what you're thinking. The gang stalkers can induce dreams and thoughts. The gang stalkers can use voice to skull and lower voice to skull. So the magician got the numbers. And when the audience are picked out, what the gang stalker do now is directly induce a number into the audience's head. That's the exact number that's in the lottery ticket, on the lottery ticket. Yeah, you might be confused right now, but I just gave you a very important piece of information and I lay it out for you. Now, it will take some time for the information to set into your mind. Each one of you is going to elevate at a different time, but then with this information, you just gotten better. Not all gang stalkers have a terrible relationship with the targeted individual. Some actually start out like very peaceful and civilized. But let me tell you, don't ever trust the gang stalkers. I'll tell you why. If a magician can pull that trick with the cooperation of the gang stalkers, that means you can actually have your own show in Vegas. That means you can sell out. That is your main tricks. Pull six audience, have a lotto ticket matching the number that they call out. Yeah. There you go. That's millions of dollars right there. You can actually have your own show in Vegas. Then what? The gang stalker owns that magician. Because the magician's main attraction is the lottery trick. And the lottery trick is not possible without the gang stalker's help. So once the magician gets all the fame and publicity and all the attractions, and the gang stalker decided one day, nope, we're not going to help you unless you do this, unless you do that, unless you go and make this happen. How do you think that's going to turn out? It's not worth it. Don't be fooled. Shimon, signing out. Hey everybody. So I have a question that was asked by one of my subscriber. He asked me for advice on how to go about um, getting back into the relationship scene when his ex was perpetrating the gang stalking, and he find it difficult to get back into the dating scene, and he's having trust issues and difficult for him to communicate with the opposite sex in general. Uh, I I kind of went through something like this with my previous relationship, and it was just up and down. Lasted for a couple of years of just can't deal with it. Kept trying to break off the relationship, but then kind of let the other person back in. So it was just iffy washy. It wasn't very decisive. We weren't being what mature adults would do, which is if it's not working out, you just lay it out, you talk about it, and as two adults, if it's obviously not working, then it should be easy to decide on going our separate way. But it wasn't like that in my previous relationship. It was just like our mind was just not processing the information. Uh, we were arguing all the time. There was definitely a trust issue, and our feelings were just, I guess, wasn't the same as what we were thinking. So in my mind, I was having really negative thoughts about her. But when I stopped talking to her, my I calmed down, and then I started to think about wondering if she's okay, or I would have these feeling like, oh, kind of missing her in a way. Um, but obviously, the negative thought, it was just too overwhelming and overpowering, and it just we couldn't make it work. After we broken up, and there was maybe months, who I can't remember how long, but there were months and months and months. I was just by myself, and I would notice I would have these episodes. And what these episodes were was, for instance, I would be driving to work, and as I'm driving, all of a sudden I'll receive a negative thought, something about the previous relationship and what I really didn't like about her, which involved cheating or things like that. At the time, I didn't know those thoughts were induced by the gang stalkers, so I was falling a victim of it. So as I'm driving, and the gang stalker would send me these cheating thoughts of my ex, and I didn't at the time I didn't know how to block these thoughts because I thought these thoughts were mine. You see what I'm saying? So as I'm driving, I was getting these thoughts, and what I did was I received a thought, and then I would continue thinking on the thought and expanding on the thought, and I could be thinking about it for who knows how long, for the next hour, for 30 minutes, who knows. And as I'm thinking about it, the more I think about it, I started to feel like, oh, I want to do something about it. I feel like she just messed me over. I feel like I need to do something, like scream at her or yell at her. Or I need her to know what she did was wrong, and it really, really hurt me. And there were times where I'm just driving, so I'm thinking these negative thoughts where I just can't take it anymore. I would just pick up my phone and call her. If she doesn't pick up, I'll keep calling until she picks up. As soon as she picks up, And this is early because I go to work really early. So she picks up, she just still in bed, she just woke up, and I'll be screaming at her. I'll be screaming at her, super pissed off. I'll be screaming, 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 just bringing back up the old stuff, the stuff that was just in the past, been talked through hundreds of hours, and it's still making me just want to scream at her on the phone. It was just the same repetitive, negative situations. And what really helped me get over my ex was what I learned in philosophy back in college. And I also took a improving relationship through communication. It's one of those specialty classes that I part of the communication studies program, and that class and the philosophy combined together really helped me because it made me realize that I shouldn't think negative of her anymore. Everything already happened. It happened in the past. Now it's all about moving forward in life. And if I'm going to be moving forward in life, one thing I learned growing up is try to be humble, try to be nice to people. There's karma. You don't want to wish bad upon someone, and because that negativity could come back into your life later on. It's karma. So if I'm going to be moving forward in life, and I want to be humble and I want to not mess with karma, then in my mind I need to convince myself I want her to be happy. As I'm moving forward, I want my ex-girlfriend to find someone that would treat her very nice, that would love her, and be the boyfriend that I was not. Because I was really mean to her. I was a terrible person to her. Now that I know what's going on in my life with the gang stalking, she's been innocent the whole time. Well, I wouldn't say 100% innocent, but I was over the top when it comes to attitude and the way I treated her. So once I put that thought, that understanding into my mind, that I want her to have a good life moving forward. I want her to meet someone that loves her, that treats her nice, and I want her to be happy. Once that thought settled into my mind, I made peace with myself. I made peace with my own heart. Just that knowledge of being humble and just want her to be a happy person moving forward in her life. And it's like a clean way of saying goodbye. So I put all the negative thoughts and all the negativity inside that was kept inside for years. I buried it. I planted some flowers on it. That was so powerful. That thought eventually just made me feel it's time to move forward. It's time to let those negative thoughts of the past go. And I did. The reason you have trust issue is because of all the negative events that happened in your previous relationship. And if you're no longer with that person, then move forward in life. I know there are a lot of TIs out there who doesn't understand this idea that, or not even not TI, just a lot of people in the world in general, they don't understand this idea that don't live in the past. Because here's the thing, when you're living in the past, it's only in your mind. Your physical body is actually in the present, and you're moving forward in the physical, moving forward in time, but then your mind is living in the past. So your mind and your body is not on the same page. I'm not saying I'm not saying with everything you're not on the same page, but I'm just saying when it comes to this specific relationship related uh, uh, experience, that your mind and your body is not together, and that's how the gang stalker mess with you because they know that's your weakness. And if you don't make peace with that, the gang stalker can use that against you anytime they want. You could be sitting there laughing with a bunch of friends and family. Next thing you know, they beam that dot into your mind. And all of a sudden, when you were just happy a couple seconds ago, now you're like, start thinking about all the negativity, all the terrible experience you had in the past. And now all of a sudden, you're not happy no more. That's what I meant when I teach you guys no fear mentality. Because in a way, if you still dwell on the past, especially when it's one of your weakness, because you can't get over it, that's you're holding on to it. That's a weakness. You haven't made peace with yourself, and that is a weapon that gang stalkers can use against you. It's like it'll always be there. It's like one of their go-to weapons because they know you'll break down. They know you don't know how to deal with it. They know you can't handle it, and they know it will suck out any happiness you have. There's some gang stalkers out there who are just so evil. They'll make the person, the TI, think about it all day long, every day, for years and years and years and decades. Yeah, there are gang stalkers out there like that. Evil, less than, they are less than dog poop. Yeah, I said it. I said it to all you evil gang stalkers out there. You are less than dog poop. I got two German shepherds and they poop a lot. You gang stalkers out there, you are less than the dog poop. Same goes for my gang stalkers. So you have to find a way to make peace and bury all the negative thoughts. And the best way to do that is be humble and just wish the other person or hope for the best for your ex partner. Whatever happened, just think positive. You're still alive. It wasn't going to work anyways. So it's good that it's over. And now you can move forward and find someone new. You have to find someone new. And when you put yourself out there into the dating scene, there'll be moments in you actually get thoughts of your ex. Whenever you get those thoughts, just remember to tell yourself, I hope she's happy right now. I hope she found someone that's good to her. I hope she found someone that loves her. Just tell yourself that. And I promise you, you're going to stop thinking about her or him. And it's a great way to stop thinking about them. A good note. It's good karma you're sending out. Hoping your ex partner is happy with somebody else that's loving and good to him or her. Do that and give it some time. Maybe a few months. Depends on how often you go back out to date and how fast you meet that person that you really see the potential to be with for the rest of your life. That's how I let the past go. And it worked for me. And I don't see why it wouldn't work for you. You have to decide. The past is only lives in your mind. And if it's a negative thought, you don't want it there. Because any negative thoughts in your mind, it's a tool for the gang stalkers. Yeah. That's why no fear mentality is over 50% of the battle. Now, these gang stalkers are in the physical. And soon I will teach you guys how to clap on these gang stalkers, how to slap these gang stalkers. That will come after video 35 of my Truth of Gang Stalking series. So video 35, I'm going to tell you guys who the gang stalkers are. And somewhere from 36 to 39, I'm going to teach you how to slap these gang stalkers a little bit. And the finale, the video number 40, I will show you the faces of the gang stalkers. No fear. You're in the driver's seat. Just remember who helped you. Shimon signing out. Hey everybody. I hope all of you are doing well. In today's episode, I want to share some personal experience with you and what led to my discovery. So I start work very early in the morning. I start work at 4 to 5 a.m., somewhere around there. And a few years back, I noticed as I'm driving, there's not many people on the freeway, so it's an empty freeway. I'm driving on the freeway, going straight, listening to the radio or listening to audiobooks. And I noticed one time I was looking over at my side mirror quite often. And every time I looked over, there was nothing over there. And after that, I would look at different spots or turn my head to look at different objects or people public without thinking about it. And it made me realize that if I'm not keeping my focus, if I'm just casually chilling, these gang stalkers can make me look a direction, look at some things. And it made me realize, wow, so it can manipulate what we look at or make us look a certain direction and look at some things and bring attention to it. And you might wonder, how can you prove that? Well, the only way to really prove it for me is going back to that whole meditation thing, right? First, you need an objective, a mission objective. So for me, my experience, the mission objective is for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to look straight at this tree. I'm just going to focus on the center of this tree, the center tree trunk. And as I'm sitting there, I would notice sometimes I would look to the upper left corner, where I would turn my head slightly to look at some birds, or turn my head slightly to the other direction, or look at the base of the tree. Now, that is me losing my focus of the mission objective, because the objective of the mission is to look at the center tree trunk for the next set amount of time. And you have to have a set amount of time. And at any moment, if I lose focus and look a direction without thinking about it, well, who's making me look that direction? I know it wasn't me, because I wasn't thinking about looking at that direction at all. So who's doing it? Sorry, I have to pause the video because there were some people walking by. back to what I was saying. So, what's causing me to look at a certain direction? Or what's causing me to look at a certain people when I don't even think about looking at them or looking that direction at all? And ever since I recognized what's going on, and every time after that, I start to pay attention to it. I'll be sitting there watching TV, and all of a sudden, without thinking about anything, I would turn my head and look at a corner of the room. To me, something else is going on. And it has gotten to the point where now I know for a fact these gang stalkers can manipulate my eye movement, can manipulate my eyes to look at a direction. Maybe you can figure it out as well. But based on my experience, these gang stalkers, they can definitely make you look at a car or look at a person when all you're doing was just minding your own business. So maybe this information will help you understand why, when you're out in public, you would look at a person and then you notice a person's looking at you. Well, for me, my guess at what's going on is the lower voice of skull is telling you to look that direction. At the same time, that person was also listening to lower voices calling to look at you. So you catch that person looking at you. Like I said, I believe every human being are TIs. We can all hear these gang stalkers, but it's just the ones like you and I, the target individuals, we can hear it better than the majority of the population. So it's like a special gift. You have a special skill that the population, the general population, do not have. So it's not a bad thing; it's a good thing. And the next episode, I will tell you who these gang stalkers are. No fear. Shimon signing out. Hey everyone, how's all of you doing? So the time is now. Video number 35. As I promised you guys, in this video I will tell you who are the gang stalkers. You know, when I first started this series, I didn't know exactly how to go about it, and it was just go with the flow and tell my story and what I went through and what I know about gang stalking. And everything I told you guys are the truth from my experience. Before I tell you guys who are these gang stalkers, I have to start with the story. So when I first moved to this property, uh, there was no fences, there's no trees. I'm the one that planted about over 100 different trees. I dug all the holes. I planted all the trees. And when I first moved here, it was just everywhere I look, people could just walk onto this property. So when I was living here, I started to feel like someone was at my windows at night. And for anyone living in a new place, getting the feeling that someone is outside outside the window, on the other side of the window, it's frightening. So whenever I had that feeling, I would go to my window and kind of peep out through the blinds. I wouldn't see anyone. But also, I did not set up all the lights. So it was just really dark out here. And that's when I started buying these motion sensor lights and started installing them at different corners or just around the property. But that didn't help because lights can only do so much. And there were times when the lights would just go on or turn on, but there'll be no one out there. But obviously at the time I didn't know, so I would just, in my mind, I would think, oh, they're probably hiding. They're probably hiding behind something. So it's myself listening to these lower voice to skull, putting more fear into my mind, thinking, oh, these people are hiding. They triggered the motion sensor light and now they're hiding behind something. And I would go outside to investigate. If I go outside to investigate, by that time it would be too late because they can hear that, I'm going outside, I'm walking out, closing the doors, so just not the type of investigation that I was looking for. So then I started buying security cameras. I got over 16 cameras installed at one time. And on these cameras, whenever I have a feeling or had the feeling that someone was outside, I would check my security cameras and there'll be no one there. And a few months after that, I would start noticing that my neighbors were talking about me. Whenever I'm outside doing work or just outside moving things, I can hear the neighbors talking or coming from the direction of the neighbors. But at the time, I didn't know it wasn't my neighbor. Of course, I would believe it was my neighbor because it came from their direction. And then over a period of time, I would start hearing these same voices, these neighbors on the other side of my windows. And they sounded like little kids at the time. There wasn't any adult voices, just kids. So I would just, at the time, I would think, okay, just my neighbor's kids. But still, I didn't want them on my property trespassing. And let me tell you, back then, everywhere I go, I was strapped. I was strapped, tucked into my belt. Whenever I'm outside of my house, anywhere on this property, I was strapped. And I am the type of person that would never want to get into a confrontation. I never want to get into a situation where I would have to pull out my piece, because my philosophy is if I'm going to point it at someone, better be ready to use it. And it's better be life or death. And thank God none of those situations ever happened. And one time I was checking my security camera. I remember seeing something by my window. And what this something was something in the shape of a person. It was on the other side of my window from the previous night. And I remember during that time when it was happening, I was in my room and I felt like something was or someone was at the window. So I looked over at my window, and as I'm watching my footage, that was the same time this person was at my window. And what I saw was this person peeping through my window, and then it just jumped backward like this. This person jumped backwards, and it disappeared. Now, what triggered this person to jump backward was because I was in my room and I looked over at my window. So I saw that and I didn't think much of it. It was almost like my mind was in a trance and I had no idea what I was looking at. And also during this time, I was strongly believed it was my neighbors that was coming over here. One night, okay, fast forward now, one night, I was out here in the dark, doing a perimeter check, and I heard Spanish music coming from the other side of this barn. I have a barn right here, over 100 years old. And if the music sounded like it was coming from the other side of this barn. I didn't have no lights set up here by the barn. I have lights set up over there at the house. So, I wasn't scared because, I was strapped. And I just kind of walked over to the barn. And the strange thing was, as I got closer to the barn, the music was further away. So when I first realized this music, it sounded like it was just coming from the barn. As I walked towards the barn, the music was moving further and further and further away. As I got to the other side of the barn, looking into the field, it was pitch black. But the music sounded like now it's way out there in the middle of the field. As if a car was parked there and people were just chilling in their car, listening to music, blasting music. And I didn't have any night vision goggles or nothing, so I just looking into pitch darkness and I can hear this Mexican music, Spanish music, way out there. So I didn't go out to the field. So I just kind of started walking back towards the house. And as I was walking back towards the house, the music was getting closer. As I'm standing over there close to my house, I can hear the music now back at the barn. So for me at the time, I had no idea what was going on. So now we just walk back towards the barn to investigate, and the music was further away again. And I believe at that time, I just kind of yelled something out like, oh, don't come over here, blah, 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 blah. This is private property. I just kind of shouted out into the darkness. And then as I'm walking back towards the house, the same thing happened. The music was closer again. And at this point, my mind was somewhat in a trance because I'm not in fear, because I'm not scared. But at the same time, I feel like these guys are messing with me. These a-holes are messing with me. And that got me a little pissed off. So as I walk towards the barn, now, for some reason, my mind tells me, oh, these guys got to be hiding inside the barn. And this barn is actually not safe to go into. So it's fenced off. And I was on the outside the fence, and I had this Bowie knife, this really big Bowie knife. So I pull it out, and I was just kind of like brushing it along the fence with this Bowie knife. I kind of walked around the fence, just brushed this knife along the fence. And that's very threatening in a way. But I didn't care because I feel like this is private property. You can't be here. And as I was doing this, my mind kept believing there are kids inside the barn and they're just frozen, purposely not make a sound. Like they just stop whatever they're doing and just kind of like chilling there. And since the barn is pitch black If they're inside, they can look out and see me, but I can't look in because I'm standing outside. There's more light outside. So I was just kind of like talking out aloud. I was saying, I know you guys are in the barn. I know you guys are in there. Come out right now. But there was no response. So and then I said, I'm not going to do anything. I just want you guys to not come over here. Just stay away from here. This is private property and the barn is not safe. And there was no response. So I kind of just walked away. See, I think I said something along the line like, okay, just leave and don't come back. So I walked away. Ever since then, that moment, the targeting was just got more intense. I can hear them more frequently when I'm staying inside. Led up to a point where I just can't handle the frustration because it's very frustrating. Where I just start cussing at them. I don't know if you remember the one video where I just hit the wall like this. I hit the wall and I say, F you, really loud. And ever since I said F you, all these verbal abuse was just coming back and forth. Just they're talking trash, I'm talking trash. It just back and forth, back and forth. Now, if you're listening to what I'm telling you, you're probably thinking, is it possible that these gang stalkers are not people? I never thought that they weren't people at the time. For over a year and a half since that night, I saw the person jump backwards. It jumped backward and it disappeared. My mind did not register what I saw. And it took me over a year and a half to fully register that what I saw into my mind and finally come to a realization the gang stalkers are spirits, dead people, ghosts. Some of you out there already know, have an idea who they are. And there's a lot of you out there who will not accept this information. That's why I took so long to build up the information, kind of just pulling you guys in and try to build my credibility. Because I hope by now, after 35 videos, that I have the credibility to win you guys over and make you realize, okay, I do believe him. That, okay, he's got to be telling the truth. The gang stalkers are spirits. And let me tell you, there are more spirits on earth than living people. I'll also tell you this. Every single building you go into, every dwelling you go into, there are spirits. There are spirits everywhere. There are spirits inside your car. Some will follow you, some won't follow you. Some people can hear them, majority of people can't hear them. If you're a true targeted individual, you're gifted. You can actually hear these spirits. You just don't know how to go about it. And now let me also explain something to you from what I learned. These spirits, they have personalities. Imagine this is just all high school. You're going to get good spirits who are shy and they don't want to say anything. But once in a while, they see you in trouble, they might throw you some good thoughts in your mind. While there are some bullies, and the bullies are the evil spirits. You know what they do? You know what we call them? Demons. A demon is a bully. Now, if you're not a bully and you're not understanding the idea that a bully will have a mindset of messing with people. So now imagine that they're already dead. So they have all the time to just mess with people. And the good spirits might be shy. They don't talk as much. But they'll secretly kind of help you along the way. So it's like a battle of good versus evil. And bullies are the ones that tend to talk a lot more. They also call that poltergeist. Now, another piece of information that's very important to understand is, yeah, they're spirits, but not all spirits are equal. What does that mean? There are ancient spirits out there. There are spirits that are so old, they just have more power. If you get an older spirit that's a bully, that's a stronger demon. If you disrespect these demons, they're going to try harder to mess with a person. That's why I don't advise any of you to talk trash to it too much. But then again, I also thought about this. They're not going to leave you alone because you can hear them. These spirits, it's like hitting the jackpot to find a person that can hear them. And UTIs are the jackpot. And since they're bullies, if you don't talk trash, you don't defend yourself, they're just going to keep messing with you, keep messing with you, keep messing with you. That's why it's important to stand up to yourself and just stand up against them. Your spirit is getting attacked. And for me, based on my experience, whenever I defend myself, my own spirit, by talking trash, play my audio, I feel like there's a boost of confidence for me. And that's what works for me. And that's why I teach you guys to play the audio. These spirits, if you want to think about how they operate, you have to put yourself in their situation. They don't have a physical body. Their biggest weapon is their words. The mind game. That's their biggest weapon. And as soon as they put fear into your mind, they have the advantage. And that's why I teach you no fear mentality. Any little bit of piece of information could turn into a fear and then branch off into many fears. So you have to start to understand what you put into your mind. And you have to start to understand what are positive and what are negative thoughts. Paranoia, it comes from lower voice to skull. If you let these paranoia, these thoughts into your mind, each one of them is a seed. And this seed can blossom into a fear. And this fear is exactly what the gang stalkers want to use against you. That's why if you have a terrible experience with relationship in the past, with cheating and things like that, you have to make peace with yourself. Because if you don't make peace with it, these gang stalkers can pull up those negative thoughts in your mind at any moment, and all of a sudden you get you're gonna get depressed. That's how I learned it, and that's how I figure out what to do. Is kind of make peace with myself. And once I've done that, I take away one of their weapons. I take away one of their method to use against me. For UTIs, every single day, every moment of your life, these spirits are attached to you. They're following you. And you got bullies following you. These bullies are messing with you. They don't necessarily want you dead, but they want you to be in fear. And when you're in fear, they are in control. They can manipulate your life. They can prevent you from going out and meeting friends because they'll throw some negative thoughts into your mind. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're starting to not want to go out anymore. Or you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that because the lower voice to skull is just messing with your head. But now that I told you who are these gang stalkers, you have the upper hand. And for those TIs out there who just haven't advanced to this point, and you try to doubt what I'm saying, you're just not ready. Out of 35 videos now, I taught you guys a lot. And if you don't want to believe me, that's fine. You want to believe the government, that's okay. I was there at one point, but you'll be stuck. You'll be stuck. You just go in circle with no answers. The difference between you and I is I was at one point believing it was the government. Now, I know it's not the government. I know it's spirits. I have more experience. You don't believe in spirit? You have less experience. It's the way it is. At video number 40, I will show you guys what the gang stalkers look like. What are these gang stalkers look like, and how are they following you? And once you get the visual into your mind, a lot of things will make so much sense. Your spirit is going to be elevated. let the information sink in. If you believed it was a shadow government or just some type of DEA, CIA, FBI related, and you've been following me, it's okay. I know what I know by chance that I discovered it. I'll tell you guys exactly how. And that's why I have the responsibility to share with you guys what I know. Some of you might accept this information and go with it, while others will just slowly work towards it, to understanding it. The gang stalkers are spirits. These spirits are bullies. Now, and these bullies, some are just extremely ancient. Yes, ancient. Those ancient spirits, it's going to require more than just one TI. It's going to require a group of TIs to battle it. And I'm not the first one to understand this concept. For one example, it's the church. They already know this. Sorry, there's a bug there. Another one is Tibetan monks. And there are many other whom are just battling these spirits on a daily basis. In Tibet, a TI is considered an oracle. An oracle is the person that goes into a trance and talk to these spirits, ask them questions, look for answers, or ask for answers, and then advise the Dalai Lama. So TIs are oracles. In the West, you can say we're mediums. We can hear ghosts and spirits. But just so happen, we're hearing some bullies. Because there are mediums out there whom are TIs, but then they don't deal with bullies. They actually have spirits that communicate with them in a nicer way. They have a better relationship. But then mediums like you and I, the TIs, we have bad relationship with the spirits because we have bullies following us. We have bullies messing with us. So you have to defend yourself. And I hope you guys will try to find new ways to battle these evil spirits. And if you discover anything that can benefit other TIs, please share. Please share with me. Please share with other people, other TIs out there. One thing you do have to remember, from what I learned, it's better to not trust the spirits. good spirit will help you, and they don't need anything in return. They don't need to tell you and ask you for something in return. And they don't really talk either, okay? They might send you some good thoughts. Think about your family and your life and some things you got to take care of, some business you got to take care of. Uh, you have certain appointment that you reminds you of, you have to be at this appointment. They might do stuff like that. It's only the bad spirit that's going to try to put you in fear. And they're the ones they could pretend to be a good spirit and they will demand something in return. So it's better to just not trust them completely. It's up to you to decide from now on, from this moment forward, which side you want to be on, good or bad. And for the rest of your life, you're going to have to make that decision. It is good versus evil. Not just your action, but also your mind, your thoughts. So there you go. The gang stalkers are spirits. And all TIs, true TIs, are oracles. Sounds good, huh? Oracles? Shimon, signing out. Hey, everybody. This is the part 2 video. The barn you see behind me, it's the barn that I mentioned in video number 35. And that's the house behind me. And that night when I thought there was people inside this barn, I was standing right here at this very spot in pitch darkness. And this is the fence where I was brushing my Bowie knife. I walked 360 around the barn, starting from the other side. I stopped right here. And I was just staring into the barn in complete darkness. And the entire time I was standing here, my mind kept playing the scenario that there are kids inside this barn. And the answer was there was no one in there. There was nobody in there. And how do I know this? Well, I know this because after everything that had happened, it was spirits. Now, they're not just young spirits, these are old spirits. Because younger spirits, I learned that younger spirits, they don't have the energy to be messing with a person. Only the older spirit that's been dead for a long time would have the energy and the know-how to mess with people. And you have to put yourself into their situation because their ability are limited when it comes to the physical world. But they have other abilities that humans just do not understand, the living humans, the living people, because our society don't teach us anything when it comes to spiritual, uh, the afterlife, or the ancient teachings when it comes to spirituality or the spirits, demons, ghosts. I mean, the information are out there, but it's not what society find it acceptable as a norm. And I'm going to tell you guys a story. Remember the video where I was got taken in for the 72 hours involuntary evaluation? Well, one thing I didn't tell you guys was that night, what happened was that night I was in the backyard, and the entire time I was really my awareness of believing people were outside of my fence, and they're just hiding somewhere, on my property. My awareness on that thought was at the highest. And that night, I was in the backyard smoking a cigarette, and all of a sudden, there's a loud bang on the fence. Like, like to me, in my mind, immediately in my mind was, oh, those neighbors, the kids of the neighbors, they threw something at my fence, and I went inside and grabbed my shotgun, and I came back out, and I went outside. I turned off all the lights because I had lights set up on the outside. I turned them off. Okay, these are hardwired lights, so the only lights were left was the motion sensor lights. But I turned off all the lights, and then I was just sneaking around. Yes, because I was crouching down, sneaking around, hiding behind bushes. It was like I was acting out as if someone was really there in a real situation. Like, oh wow, this is really, it's, to me, it was life or death. Like, oh, there's hostiles out here, and there was no one out here. My girlfriend at the time, now my wife, she was really worried about me because I told her, oh, it's not safe, you should go. So I told her to go. So she drove off, and we kind of got into an argument. So she drove off, and she called 911 because she was really scared at the way I was behaving. Um, After she left, and I checked the perimeter, and there was no one there. So I went back inside. And about during that time, I left my phone. When I was checking the perimeter, I didn't have my phone on me. And I guess during that time, the sheriff was calling my phone. The sheriff called me like 10 times. And I missed the calls from the sheriff. And I didn't even know until 20, 30 minutes later, my girlfriend at the time called me, and I answered, and she explained to me that, oh, she called 911 and all this stuff. And at that very moment, I looked at my TV on the surveillance camera, and 5 or 6 sheriff's car was driving down my driveway. So after I explained the story to them, they find me somewhat, well, the big takeaway was I told them there might be ghosts, and that was a mistake because to them, any mention of ghosts, it's some mental issues. So they took me in. Now, you might not believe it's the spirits, and that just tells me you haven't gotten to voice the skull. You're still being messed around with. You're still believing it's the people around you, the people in public, especially the ones, the TIs, that believe your family member are involved, purposely messing with you. No, they're not involved in messing with you. There are demons messing with your whole family. There are demons that are attached to you, spirits that are, now demons are just an old spirit with a really bad personality. That's all it is. So imagine like a person that was back in the Wild Wild West day, an outlaw that's okay with murdering people or killing people, like that type of people. Okay, that type of character. But an old spirit with that character. So it just doesn't care about anybody. It'll do things just to mess with you. If it doesn't like you, it'll do things to you. And that's what a demon is. That's a demon. And the demon is messing with you and also messing with your family member. And what it can do is whisper using lower voice to skull. So there's majority of the people in the world are just not aware, but I believe they can all be taught how to pick up the voices, but they're just not as in tune. They might just be more focused on other things in life, responsibility or whatever's on their mind. And also, they were raised since birth to not really talk about spirits, right? So it's just missing that part of the knowledge. And society itself right now, they don't talk about spirits. Like people don't. It's just, if you talk about spirits in public, people's gonna think you're kind of crazy, or they don't believe in it, or some people might even get scared of topics like that, so they don't want to talk about or hear it. And this demon, what it does is playing the devil's advocate. So they can read your minds, right? These gang stalkers can read your minds. So what it does is, it already knows it's been messing with you throughout the whole day. It knows that you're kind of getting irritated, pissed off. And it can also tell you to go ask your family member for advice. Yeah. It's practically manipulating you to go talk to your family member. But at the same time, it's already been warming up your parents through lower voice to skull. And whenever you try to talk to your parents, and your mind's thinking about one thing, right? Talking to your parents. But as your parents are sitting there listening to you, their mind's thinking about something else. So even though they're sitting there listening, their mind is not on the same page as you. And since they're not on the same page as you, and the things that they respond to you it's not exactly what you want to hear. So if you're not hearing what you want to hear, these gang stalkers can mess with your flow, your flow of energy, your feeling. The next thing you know, you get even more irritated because your family member is not responding in the way that you want them to respond to you. And then next thing you know, just this argument start boiling up. And then one person gets louder than the other, and another person might find it offensive and then start talking back louder than the other person. So it's just like back and forth and the next thing you know, after an hour going in a circle, nothing got resolved. No solution to the problem. And the whole time, the people that were in this argument don't even realize there are demons next to them, these old spirits next to them, messing with their mind, preventing them from focusing on the subject. Yeah, the next time you TIs out there who are frustrated and get into these type of feelings, try to recognize it, because you're gonna have a hard time focusing. And I've seen a lot of videos where TIs would go out on the street and then they'll be super pissed off, right? They're so pissed off. They're like basically saying everybody's a gang stalker. No, they're not all gang stalkers. The TI is just out there listening to lower voice to skull because the TI have already lived the life of believing, right? The TI actually accepted the thought of believing it's regular people that are gang stalkers. See, because they work in your mind. And once you accept that thought into your mind, now the gang stalkers can manipulate you by lower voice to skull. A TI would be walking and all of a sudden there'll be like two people on bicycles. And in the video, T.I. would be like, "Oh, look at those gang stalker." You know, T.I. would say something about those two person. Those two person are just on a bicycle, but this T.I. would believe they're gang stalkers, maybe because they heard something from that direction, and the only living thing from that direction, or just the two person on bicycle, or it's a feeling, but they don't hear anything. It's because it's not loud enough for them, but then they are hearing it from lower voice to skull. And it's making their mind think, oh, look at those two gang stalkers. Like right away, they'll start thinking gang stalkers. Now, what that really means is it's not just for the TI, but for the world. We do not have control of our minds. Our minds are being manipulated by something, an entity. And I'm going to show you in video number 40. Demons. It's one thing to know the identity of the gang stalkers, but it's another thing to be able to identify the gang stalkers. And I know how to do both. And I would teach you guys. That's why I'm the best. Go find me a better TI that knows more information than me. I'm still waiting. And actually, I do want to meet someone out there that knows more than me so I can learn from that person, him or her. If you just try to accept all these information or try to make sense of all these information, don't stress over it. Relax. It's going to take some time to settle into your mind. And it doesn't really settle until you actually experience it yourself, because it took me 1.5 years from initially seeing it with my eyes and also experiencing it on a daily basis to finally, it made me realize, okay, these are spirits. Gang stalkers are spirits. They're ghosts. Like, it took me that long, 1.5 years. And another thing is, they don't want you to know that. That's why no TI out there, well, there are TIs out there who do mention their spirits. Those are more aware, and they actually have a strong understanding of what's going on. But I haven't seen one that can identify the gang stalkers. They know of the gang stalker, but not for sure. But they're missing the identifying part. And I'm going to help those TIs, because until you know how to identify them, it's hard to really let the information just permanently sink into your mind and know that's the truth. Because if you're going to argue with me about, oh, it's the government, my response to that is, how many hours of research, of due diligence have you done when it comes to spirits and ghosts? That's all I got to ask you. How many hours? If you haven't even done 20 hours, minimum 20 hours of research on spirits, and you try to tell me it's the government, then you're just not ready. That's all. MK Ultra is nothing. You know why? Because gang stalking is fast, it's quick, no lag, no delay. It's more advanced than MK Ultra. And the gang stalkers, let me tell you this, they control the world. Yes, they do. The gang stalkers control the world, because the majority of people do not know about the gang stalkers. And the TIs that do know about them are all scattered everywhere. They're just kind of not fully informed. They don't even know what they're talking about, and they'll spread these social media messages. And then there's a small percentage of TIs out there who have an idea, but just not pinpoint. And then there's me. I can help you pinpoint exactly what the gang stalkers look through your eyes. The faces of gang stalkers. Video number 40. Please comment below. Let me know what you think. Share my videos. And I hope you TIs out there will find your way, because if you don't understand being fair and do your due diligence on researching what I'm saying, and you just want to believe it's the police and your neighbors and your family, you know for sure. But let me tell you, I'll tell you right now, no, you don't. You don't know. As a matter of fact, the gang stalkers are next to you and just messing with your mind. You're in a light trance, you're kind of drowsy. You don't know, because let's be honest here, you don't even know who they are. You don't. You think you know, you're so sure, and you have all these evidence, but then you go to police, the police not doing anything, and then now you're saying the police are in on it. No, because you have no evidence. You don't. You have speculation, you have assumptions. That's all you got. That's why the police aren't doing anything. Let's be fair. Let's be honest. Because right now, you are under the control of these demons. Unless you can be fair and start loving again, and show compassion for others, and then try to teach other TIs. Because right now, the community is just going downhill. TIs are special. We're all oracles. We're all mediums. But when I watch those videos out there, it just shows lack of evidence. It's actually not even evidence at all. I mean, there's TIs that are filming around what they're doing around every day and start calling out gang stalkers out in public. That is not evidence. It doesn't hold up in court. It's nothing. It's just nonsense. It's just the TI hating the world. Is it the TI's fault? No. Does the TI know what's going on? No. Yeah. I'll call you guys out because I'm the best. Just the way it is. Am I chosen? Yeah. No one in history has ever identified these gang stalkers. I'm going to go public. I'm going to show you what the devil looks like. The faces of demons. Stream home. Signing out. Hey everybody. As promised, in this video I would teach you targeted individuals out there how to slap your gang stalkers. If you've been following my channel, then you know every time I promise to show you guys something or teach you guys something, I will do them. And how to slap your gang stalkers. So before I show you what I do, I need to explain the story first, okay? How I discovered this slapping the gang stalkers. One day, I was really pissed off by my gang stalkers. And I came home from work. Now, at this point, I'm already receiving voice to skull. And I know a percentage of TIs out there who are receiving voice to skull. Sometimes my experience outside of your body, which where you hear some sound or you hear your gang stalkers outside. And in the paranormal community, they call this poltergeist. Poltergeist is when you hear noises, but then there's no one there. And this is not in your head. This is actually outside environment. So what does that mean? To me, that just means they are in the physical. Physical, as in these dry wooden pieces right here, or just your body, or my ring right here. They are in the physical. But we can't see them with our eyes unless they want to show themselves to you, which they have shown themselves to me many, many times. Now, one day I came home from work and I was so pissed off. And I heard my gang stalkers next to me. And that's when I started swinging my arm. And eventually, well, when I swing my arm, my gang stalker would start talking from a different position. Sometimes they'll talk to me here, and then the next sentence they'll talk to me behind me. So it was talking to me from this corner of my room. So what I did was, during this time I was screaming out, talking trash to my gang stalkers. At this point, I turned to the corner and I was doing uppercuts. I was like, oh, I did 3 uppercuts like this. And let me tell you, as I was doing the uppercut, you know what I discovered? There was resistance in the space. Now, the best way for me to describe this resistance is when you're in the swimming pool and you just kind of brush your hand along the water. I'm sure a lot of you have that experience where you just kind of in the swimming pool and you brush your hand like this. That resistance feeling. That's exactly what that feeling feels like, but not as heavy. But you can feel the resistance in the space. So I did 3 uppercuts like this, boom, boom, boom. And the 4th one, it was gone. Yeah. 3 uppercut with resistance. The 4th uppercut, it was just empty space. There was no resistance. Now, that experience alone, instantly, I started thinking, is it possible that I can hit these gang stalkers? And ever since that moment on, I've been trying different ways of attacking them. Okay? And for me to identify where they are, well, obviously you can hear them. Well, if you're advanced enough to get to that point, I can hear them when they talk to me on the outside space. And the second part is when I'm getting heavy attack. So some of you would label it as direct energy weapon attack. So if you're sitting there and you start feeling like you got a headache, you feel like something's beaming something at you, I want you to try this. The next time you feel that way, just swing your hand like this. Just kind of relax, just go like this. And you'll feel a resistance, okay? And when you're getting heavy attack, that resistance is heavier. So these gang stalkers, they're always with you 24/7. Gang stalkers meaning they're spirits, demons, bad characters. And if you don't attack back, they will really mess with you, give you strong headaches. But since I'm the best, I slap my gang stalkers all the time. So now they just hold on to me very lightly, very light. But I've gotten to the point where I can still feel them. And I know right now they're grabbing onto my lower back. So when they grab to my lower back, I just kind of do this. I just kind of like hit my lower back gently, and they're gone. they're on my shoulder, I'll just do this. And they're gone. Obviously they're gone. They might just come back right away, but just do this for a few minutes. I mean, they don't have that much energy to continue to attack you. Now, next time you're getting heavy attack, remember, I want you to try this. Just swing your hand and look for that resistance. Eventually, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. That something is there. That is your gang stalker, a demon spirit. And there's always more than one. There's always more than one. Now, with this information I just shared with you, if you understand this and you try this at home and you come to your own discovery, you just elevate it. And that's what sets me apart from everybody else, because I always tell you guys I'm the best TI. So in this video 36, I'm sharing something with you that no other TI have ever done so. I'm the best. This is how I set myself apart from the West. And for the ones that do discover and understand this, or try my experiment, you will slap your own gang stalkers for me. Now, I know there are a lot of TIs out there getting attacked, heavy attack on a daily basis. And one of the common questions is, how do I stop gang stalking? How do I get rid of gang stalkers? Well, it works for me is to attack back. I mean, my gang stalkers, they get scared when I start doing my thing, when I start talking trash. So if you haven't done so, your gang stalkers are not scared of you. And you'll never, ever be able to get rid of them unless you can trick them to leave you. But they're not going to leave you because you can hear them. They hit the jackpot on you. But you can beat them. You can slap them. And by doing so, they will have to back off a bit and show you some respect. And at the end of my series, I will show you what they look like and how to identify them. I've used many, many gadgets when it comes to battling these gang stalkers. And so far, I mean, I don't make a lot of money. And based on my budget, I overspent on battling these gang stalkers. I wasted a lot of money on this. And the best item I use so far up to date is this, an air blower. Now, if you have sensitive hearing, turn down your volume a bit. Now, what's good about this is, like I'm telling you, they are in the physical. They are actually all around our body. So the best way to battle these guys, I realize, is vibration. You need to have something that can vibrate the space. A generator is good, but that's too loud. I mean, these air blowers are good, but it's also loud. But then you don't need to have it 24/7. Just, when you're getting a heavy attack, you feel like they're on your head, and you slap them a few times, and they'll come back. Well, now just go give them a real taste. Get an air blower. You just kind of use the air and just blow around your body, and you'll feel instantly better. I promise you that. Now, this Black & Decker is a great product. It cost me about $40. And I've been using this for a long time. And this is not my only one. I have about 10 of these. Yes, 10 of these. Because, like I said, I wasted a lot of money on different gadgets trying to figure out how to get rid of them. So the air blower is very effective. Now I'm going to show you something else. This is really funny to me. And I know this next item, all you gang stalkers out there will be scared of me. Okay? And that's why I talk trash to your gang stalkers. And now you guys can actually talk trash for me to your gang stalkers. So with the air blower, it comes with this extension. So this is a homemade apparatus that I invented. And it's simple. It's the extension that comes with the air blower. And what I did was I drilled holes. I drilled holes big enough to fit these whistles. See all these whistles on there? There's these whistles. And you want to make sure there's another hole with nothing so the air can vent out, because it will get hot if you trap all the air in here. So what this will do is this makes a really loud noise that the gang stalker hate. They hate this. When I do this, they shut up. Seriously. And I don't know if you remember, but one of my videos, I told you guys I'm going to show you something to really tame these gang stalkers. Well, this is it. And I also mentioned that not every one of you can do this, because you're living in apartments, you're living with neighbors next door. You can't do this because it's too loud. They'll call the cops on you. But look around here. You know, I don't have neighbors. That's why I can do it. I'll put this on a timer. It'll run for about 30 minutes. It'll turn off in another 30 minutes. I'll do this at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 12 a.m., 11 p.m. I can do it anytime I want because I don't have neighbors around. Now, if you have sensitive ears, I'm going to show you what it sounds like. I don't know if the audio will pick it up, but it's really loud. So you definitely need to wear ear protection. I recommend putting in those ear plugs, and then put one of those ear mufflers protection. So that's just a little demonstration. But I have about 10 of these. I have one with about over 100 little whistles I bought. Just little whistles. I have over 100 of them, and that thing is loud, really loud. Well, if you don't know anything about paranormal, I would imagine you can assume that spirits, ghosts, they don't like too much noise. Well, this is a lot of noise, and they hate it. Do this for a while, and they're gonna show you respect. But they will also not like you. So just be warned. If you try any of this, initially, the attack will become heavy because they never gotten slapped before. They never gotten anyone to do this to them before. That's what my gang stalkers are telling me. They never experienced anything like this before. So just be prepared. If you try any of this, you might notice heavier attack. But hey, it's a battle. You're a battle. You're gonna have to win it, and you're gonna have to go through it on your own. At least I'm helping you with this information. So remember, if you have neighbors, don't try this because you will get the police called on you. And this is also another thing is people in the paranormal community, from the TV shows I've seen, those guys, they're really just amateurs. They are amateurs. I mean, they know some stuff here and there, but you never see them battle ghosts like this. See, I can go into a haunted place and I'll clear the entire place with this. No joke. I'll go into a haunted place by myself. I'll stand there as long as I have power with two of these, one in each hand, and I'll clear every single room I go into. Every single room. When you watch paranormal shows, you always see the investigator ask questions like, is there anybody here? What is your name? How did you die? You know what those spirits would do? They laugh at them. Of course there's ghosts in there. There's ghosts in every single building. There's ghosts in your home right now. A lot of them are nice, but then there are some very evil ones, and those are the demons, evil characters, like a bandit from the Wild Wild West that just go rob people and kill people, for their goal. I mean, it's one of those characters. So, and if you're not one of those characters, you wouldn't understand. So unless you're one of those characters, then and if you're an old spirit, that's a demon. And you can't let demons just do whatever they want. You have to battle them. And some of those uh, teachings where they talk about how ignore the spirits, ignore them. Okay, for a while I was thinking ignoring them, but then my harassment did not stop. And that comes to realization. For all you TIs out there, you have a responsibility. You can ignore the spirits, and if they do leave you alone, what happens next? They're gonna go find somebody else. Am I right? So as a TI, since you can hear them, you have a responsibility to handle your situation. Do I know the exact answer of what to do next? I have some ideas, but I don't have the resources. And if I don't do it, then hopefully one day somebody else out there will do it. Because something needs to be done. Even if you get rid of these bad spirits, they're still there. Yes. They'll still be messing around. If not you, it's going to be somebody else. Now, for all the haters out there, just try this. I'm teaching you how to slap your gang stalkers. And I also want to share something with you. When you're sleeping, lying down on the bed, that's when you get the most heavy attack, and your gang stalkers is always above you. So if you have a family member and you're a targeted individual, I'm sorry to say, yes, they will mess with your family member if you're living in the same home. So if you have a family member and you're sleeping, next time, just quietly go into the room. If you can, don't disturb them, okay? Just go in there and just kind of brush your hand on top of maybe 2 feet above, their body. Just kind of brush it. And you should feel a heavy resistance. Yeah, that's because there's ghosts there sucking your family's essence. That's why it's good to have some movement in the air, some type of wind, some type of fan that can circulate air movement. Because if you're in the room and it's stale, there's no air, to me, that is just not good. Because these ghosts love it when there's no movement. They like you sitting there. That's why they attack you when you're sleeping, because you're just lying there. They don't want to follow you around. That's why they're on top of you. If there's no air circulation, they're just chilling. And this is why, okay, I'll tell you something right now. This is why there are some people out there, a lot of people in this world wake up feeling like they didn't sleep at all. I mean, think about the concept. We go to sleep and we wake up. Sometimes, certain days, we'll feel like, man, that was a terrible, like I need to go back to sleep some more, or I just don't feel well. Does that make sense to you? You go to sleep, try to have your body recover, but yet you wake up feeling like back pains or like not rejuvenated, not energized, recharged. That's because all night spirits sucking your essence. You know how they suck your essence? Through your mouth, your air, your breath. Do I know how that works? Not yet, but I know it's true. I'm going to share a story with you. One night, many years ago, I was battling these gang stalkers. And I went to my room and I fell asleep. And what happened was I got a sleep paralysis. And now, let me tell you, all TIs, all true TIs will experience sleep paralysis at least once in their lifetime. That is when your consciousness, your mind is awake, but then you have no control of your body. Usually for like 15 seconds or more, who knows, somewhere around there. So this is where your mind's awake, but then you have no control of your body yet. So this is what happened to me. But guess what? Something you wouldn't believe. This is my once and only experience in my lifetime so far. I felt I woke up, okay? I have no control of my body. The reason I woke up was I felt these fingernails touch my cheeks, okay? Touch my cheeks, and then turn my head like this slightly, and I felt these dry lips. Yes, real dry lips. All this was real. I felt the fingernails, turn my head, dry lips, press onto my lips. And next thing, this entity was sucking air out of my lungs like this. So I felt air being pulled out of my lungs. And during this time, I can't move. My mind was kind of racing, and then I was telling myself, "Oh, I'm gonna gain control of my body pretty soon." Like I was ready to throw down. I wasn't even scared at all. I was just waiting, lying there with my eyes closed, waiting to gain control of my body. And the whole experience felt like it lasted about 30 seconds or so, maybe 15 to 30 seconds. As soon as I gained control, I opened my eyes, and there was nothing there. But I jumped up out of bed, and I started screaming. I'm like, "Where are you? Where are you?" Blah, blah, blah. Calling it a kitty cat, the P word. Like, this is all you got? Started screaming around, and then no one was there. Nothing was there. I just went back to sleep. Now, the next day, I thought about what happened, and I know it wasn't a dream because sleep paralysis means I'm about to wake up. And during that time, I have no control of my body. So my mind was awake, and I felt the fingernails. They were sharp and long, not too sharp, but I also felt some of the finger maybe because I know it's dry. The lips is dry. And I felt something dry basically. And it definitely turned my head. So what is that? I don't know. Is this some old demon? Most likely. How's that possible? I don't know. I'm sure the information's out there in some type of ancient text or antique paranormal book. But this is the first time I ever shared this story publicly. So that, you might call it reptilian. I don't know. I have no idea. When I opened my eyes, it was gone. But I'm still battling these gang stalkers. And I also joked about where's that demon? Next time, don't just run away. I want to see your face. That is the mentality of no fear. And you TIs out there need the same mentality when it comes to battling these entities. That's why the community don't know what to do. Everybody's scared. So for now, practice what I taught you, okay? Slap your gang stalkers for me. Shum Hong, signing out. Hey everybody, how are you guys doing? This is video number 37. And as promised, in this video, I will talk about the shadow people. And I'm not just going to talk about it. I will show you guys some video footage that I have collected on these shadow people. Now, one thing from my experience I learned is you can't go looking for these guys because they are extremely fast. But whenever I would see them on TV, I always try to record it. And this is one of them. Okay, I collected this footage maybe 2 years ago, and I will show you. But please stay tuned until the end because I have many more footage to show you. And if you're a targeted individual, a true targeted individual, and you're looking for answer, well, I'm here to help you. So there's really nowhere to go look for better answers. Excuse me. And I will show you why I always believe, and I know It's not the government. This is a phenomenon that's happening for thousands of years. And now with YouTube, the ability to upload footage is giving it a complete different look on other people's experience. And so far, the science community, they still do not want to accept this. And they are doing society injustice because the paranormal, the supernatural needs to be part of the research in the scientific community. So I will show you this, okay? Now, remember to stay till the end and like and subscribe if you want to. Here we go. Now watch something fly by the screen and turn black. Did you see something just flew by the screen? See that?
To your left, to your left.
I keep rewinding this footage to show you. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Now. Did you see that flash? Something just went by the camera? So that's just how fast these shadow people are. And they're actually in Hollywood. You can catch them once in a while. They do that. They run by the camera and the whole screen goes black. It's not a glitch in the camera. It's a real phenomenon. Okay, now let's go to a different. Now this footage here, this guy is connected to the Xbox and he's using a Connect One. Or a Connect. I'm sorry, Connect. It's like a camera device where you can use it can see what can capture what a person's doing, like you're using your hands and legs, your motion. It's called a Connect. I actually bought this device. I own a couple of them, and in my next video, I will show you some of the footage that I have accumulated, and I will show you and tell you, explain to you what I believe it is. But this is a footage of a person capturing a shadow figure in his room. Here we go. Here we go. Now, what you saw there was him going through different settings, camera settings, so it could see things in different perspective. Now, this is another video of the same person. He's going to explain what was happening. So here we go.
That's nice. Just a quick video to clear something up. I uploaded a video a while ago showing the different vision modes that the Xbox One Connect can do. And a lot of people said it was edited because when I switched the vision modes, I changed position and my t-shirt changes to a completely different one. I've explained loads of times that this is exactly what happens with the Xbox One Connect, and it changes aspect ratio. But I figured I might as well go one better and show you guys live. So let me just switch on the Connect now, and like anyone with an Xbox One Connect can do this themselves and see exactly what I'm talking about. See, I've got another webcam apart from the Xbox Connect to show that it's all legit and stuff. You just go down to this. Anyone with a Connect can do this, and I'm still here. I haven't transported to any different alternate universes. Stuff changes position because it changes aspect ratio. See, that's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I could spend ages editing that, but I'm not. I'm broadcasting this live to show you that, you know, it's the same T-shirt, exactly the same T-shirt. You can even see the print there. It's not infrared ink or anything crazy like that. I mean, some people just read too much into stuff, and it's easily provable. Look, it's the Connect. No ghosts this time though. Just the Christmas tree. Unless you're scared of Christmas trees, and then that's quite terrifying. So, I mean, I don't know how I can do anything more.
Okay. So in the previous video, you saw the figure, the shadow figure. They are more common than the media portray its or the radio talk show or the public actually understand. They are actually everywhere. And do I know what they are? I do not. But I do know they are here in the physical world. They are in the physical world. And just from my experience alone, I got a feeling they're right by your side right now. But with that being said, they are not the gang stalkers. I believe they work for the gang stalkers. Now, can I prove that? No, I can't. This is only based on my own personal experience. I spent a lot of time looking for that footage of mine where I just drove home and then I drove up to the driveway and the shadow figure just ran by the screen, okay, on one of my trail cameras. I was looking for the footage and I have no idea which place I store it. If I find it, I'm going to upload that footage. But so I know they are here on my property. And now I can actually identify them. What they are is they are, if you ever walked into a room or a space, you ever gone home or walk outside, you notice certain corner or a certain spot with no light, it seems extra dark. You know, when you have a shadow person in a shadowy spot, that whole area is going to become extra dark. So I know when I walk into a building and I notice that certain different tones of darkness, I know there's ghosts in there. Just like I'm saying, there's ghosts in every single building. Every single building. And it's not just about daytime. What I learned is these ghosts, they can come out during the day. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. And this is what the community, the targeted individual community, need to come to a realization. Like I've been telling you guys, your gang stalkers are next to you right now. But these shadow people are not the gang stalkers. And I will show you what they are in my last video. So with this being said, right now your mind is probably trying to process the information because seeing is believing. And since you don't see these guys, one of the biggest advantage to them is to stay hidden, even though they're next to you. And your only logical way for your mind to process information is what you know that makes sense, which is science, people in public, military, even just the fact that you can hear these entities. It's really just brings your mind to another level. And I mentioned before, it took me over a year and a half to fully let the information set into my mind. A year and a half. So right now, a lot of you out there, if you're watching this video, most likely it's not going to really do much to you because it's still not fully being solidified into your mind. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some experience. It's going to take some certain situation events to happen for you to really just starting to understand what's going on. And by me showing you these footages, it just, I hope it will help speed up that process for you. Because there are a lot of TIs out there, they'll spend their whole life thinking it's the government, but it, it's false. They're just wasted so many years chasing after nothing. Now I will show you this next footage, okay? It's an NFL game. And I believe these entities are actually manipulating sports as well, professional sports. Can I prove it? We'll have a footage from one game, but can I prove anything else that they actually manipulate scores? Hey, I can't. I really can't. But do I believe they actually manipulate the players' performance? Yes. I believe for true targeted individual, like our bodies getting attacked, you know, like a phantom touch, direct energy weapons, and all that stuff. Certain uh, scratches, swollen legs, swollen feet, other symptoms like weak hands. I believe that has something to do with these shadow people, these ghosts type of entity. I really do believe. But the voice to skull, the gang stalkers, is something else. And I will show you my last video. Now let's go to this NFL footage. Now, okay, here we go. Now, this footage right here, I'm gonna play it without any sound, okay? Now, this is for education purpose only. I'm not making no money from this video. And the NFL, CBS, they own their logos and copyrights. I'm just doing this for education purpose only. So here we go. I want you, when the quarterback throws a football, there's gonna be a penalty. And I want you to watch the receiver, number 10, and watch his legs, his feet. Watch his feet, okay? Here we go. Okay, here we go. Now replay, watch his number 10. Watch his feet. Watch number 10 right here on the screen. Watch his feet when he trips. Did you see that black powder substance that flew up? Now I will rewind. I'm gonna play it in slow motion for you, okay? I'm gonna go down to half a speed, okay? Half a speed. Here we go. Here we go. Watch his feet, number 10. Right when he trips. Look for the black powder. Now, I've been watching NFL for decades, and most people will not recognize that, even though it's on national TV. But ever since I studied this and I know how to identify them, when I saw that, I just knew these guys were behind it. I mean, you could, what kind of answer do you have for that? There's black substance on the turf? No, there's no black powder. That's so fine, just flies up. And we can prove that. Watch the other player. Watch a defender. Watch a defender. See if the defender had kick up powder, like the way the other guy did. Now, if you want to, you can go study this highlight of this game. But when I go back and look at it after that incident, I realized they're actually there most part of the game. So my belief is that these ghosts were actually here on the field, clinging onto these players. Now I'm gonna watch. Now I'll show you another footage. Same game. Now watch number 10 again. Here we go. See number 10 on the top of the screen. He's gonna run to the corner, but watch his feet. Here we go. See that? You see that powder where he kicked up? That's not powder. That is something to do with the shadow and the ghost. See that right there? One more time. Watch your feet right now. See that? See that black powder substance? Am I for sure those are the shadow people? No, I don't. But whatever it is, it has intelligence. And in my next video, I will show you the electric mist. Okay, it's a phenomenon only in the conspiracy kind of community, but it's not a conspiracy. These things are real, and they're here in the physical world. They are in the physical world. And let me tell you, Mars, tons of it. I will show you my next video. I hope from this moment forward, the information that I just show you will help you battle your gang stalkers. And maybe one day you will take me seriously and watch that video number 36, where I taught you how to slap your gang stalkers. I hope one day you guys will take it seriously, and I hope you will do that fast and soon, so they will actually give you some respect, and you will help me slap your gang stalker for me. Next video, 38, it's going to be electric mist. 39, I will go into detail about how I come up with my name and more about me. And then video number 40 is going to be the big one. I will show you the gang stalkers. Xu Meng, signing out. And attacked. So it all depends on the group of ghosts that's communicating with the target. So if us TIs, we actually have a good experience, then we would most likely don't even think of this as gang stalking. We will see it as we are enlightened people we're psychic mediums. That's what V2K is. And in one of my videos, I mentioned that we are being targeted because we can hear voice to skull. We can hear it very well. And for those of you TIs out there whom are just in the earlier stage and have not experienced or understand voice to skull, well, I already explained how to identify it in my videos. And that's just my method, and it works for me. That's how I have my experience. And most likely it will work the same for you, but I don't know if it will. But you are receiving voice to skull. But those bully gang stalking ghosts just have not revealed itself to you yet. Because by keeping you in the dark of not knowing you're receiving voice to skull, you're actually going to believe your own thoughts or all yours. Now, don't be scared, okay, if the thoughts are yours or not. All you have to do is identify if they're positive or negative thoughts. If they're negative thoughts, you're in charge, you're in control, you're in the driver's seat. You can stop those negative thoughts as soon as it comes in. And that takes practice. So if it's a positive thought that will benefit your life and people around you, or make you do good things, make you more successful and not hurt anyone or inflict no pain to other people, then those positive thoughts, you should just let it in. Just let those positive thoughts in. But if you're having negative thoughts, then you can practice on blocking the negative thoughts. And it's not going to just all of a sudden you're going to get good at it in a month or two. It's going to take time. It's going to take years. It's going to be a lifelong thing that you have to do. and it'll get easier. So just no fear mentality. That's the number one thing you have to remember. No fear. Okay, now, so some of you might think, oh, that is just chemtrail residue, right? All the chemtrail in the sky and how it spreads over the sky and it comes down and just chilling there, just chemtrail. And chemtrail just being blown all over the planet. Or, oh, space debris, like blowing up satellites and all that debris just falling back down onto Earth, and now just kind of all these little particles, right? All the human industry, like making products, recycling, and all the fire, a bunch of random stuff. Basically, all these human created particles stuck on this planet. I mean, that's what some of you skeptics out there would mostly use as an argument. And I thought about the same thing. And that's when I started to think about, okay, I need to research further back in time and let's see if it's there. Because if I say, if you go back in time 200 years ago, would you agree that there's no chemtrail 200 years ago? Would you agree that 200 years ago there was no industrial uh, manufacturing plant creating all these products, releasing all these like byproduct chemical into the sky, and no satellite to shoot down, so there's no space debris everywhere. So 200 years ago, would you agree that there shouldn't be chemtrail, none of these particles? So when I looked into it, and this is what I found. Now this is a photo from Ansel Adams, he's a famous photographer from Soledad, California, 1958. Notice the mist in the background in 1958. And you can tell it's the mist because of that tint. It's like a layer, like a strange grayish filter. Here's a Golden Gate before the bridge from Ansel Adams. And look in the far distance of those mountains. Look in the middle. I'm going to zoom in. See the mist? You still see the mist on that mountain way in the distance. Here's a photo of World War II, 1945. Notice the mist in the background. So 1930s Poland, just people waiting in line. And notice the mist. It's all over the street. Here's another photo from Ansel Adams, 1930s, Owens Valley. Look in the background. Notice all that mist in the background. Here's 1920s downtown Los Angeles. Look down the street. You see the mist? It's 1920s San Diego. Look at the mountains. You see the mist? This is 1929. I believe this guy was working on a building, skyscraper in New York. Look at the mist. Here's a Central Park. And look how concentrated the mist is on that day, or was on that day. It's an early 1900 photo. Look at the building in the background. Notice that layer of mist. Now we're going back into the late 1900s now. Notice the mist in the background. Here's a painting from 1955. Even the artist of this painting was able to see the mist in the background. Notice this mist right here in the middle, this filter, this grayish, bluish filter. Here's a 1938 London. Now this is actually a photo. Look at the background, the trees. See the layer of mist? Here's 1838 Boulevard du Temple in Paris, France. Look down the street. See the mist? Now, so Those were the earliest photos. So what's beyond that, what's earlier than that is just drawings, paintings. And now if you look at this painting from the 1700s, this scenic painting, notice the background of the mountains, the same mist. Now I can comfortably believe that during that time there was no chemtrails. During that time there was no space debris, and during that time there was no giant industrial plant making things all day long. During that time, that mist is still there. There's a different painting, 1700s. Look at the background. See the mist in the background? Here's a classical landscape scene from Italy, 1700s. And look far in the background, the distance. Same mist. Here's another one. Look at that port. Look at the mist over the port. And notice how this artist, the way the artist painted this, notice how in the closer to the artist, it's very clear. Just like the same perspective that I was showing you, how it looks clear in front of me, but when I zoom into the distance, it was grayish tint. Same here in this painting. How clear. So this artist at the time was seeing the same thing, that is clear in front of him, but in the distance, there was a grayish tint, a mist. But in reality, this mist is actually everywhere, even around the artist. Just like how in that video I was driving to work and you can see the mist very strong up ahead, but as I get to that spot, it looks clear. Same concept. Same thing in 1600s. There's 1600s in France, or the artist is 1600 France. But here's another one from the 1500s. Notice the background. That mist is still there. And these artists back then, they were able to see with their eyes. And that's why after watching this video, when you go outside, pay attention to it. Look far into the distance. The best way to identify is when there's a backdrop, like a mountain, because that creates the contrast. But if you live somewhere, let's say, with just no mountain, just all like flat land, then it might be harder for you to see it. But if you pay attention to it, you'll start being able to identify it, because I'm sure you can see it at home in your house. If you just turn on the light tends to be able to shine through it or identify it. So if you're a true TI and you're watching this because you are dealing with gang stalking, you're gonna see this inside your home. But you just, maybe you notice it, but you don't know what it is, so you don't put much thought into it. And now, after watching this video, I hope, well, actually, I don't even hope, I already know that you will start identifying it, because I just planted a seed into your mind. And this seed is not a bad seed, because these are facts. I'm showing you facts. I'm showing you things that you can see with your own eyes. So there's no speculation. There's no who it is, what it is, if it is. What I'm showing you are real facts that you see with your own eyes. And you have it in your home. I have it in my home. The whole world's got this. And I know it might seem kind of hard to accept the information right now for some of you, but it's okay. As long as you are getting this information, it will help you, because it'll help you click later on when you experience something else and there's just something just clicks in your head, and all of a sudden these things start making sense. And I know a lot of TIs out there, you're not as fortunate to be able to see a ghost in white on your property, because they don't really show themselves. That's why throughout the history, these ghosts are able to be under the radar because they don't really show themselves. But here on my property, I've seen it with my own eyes. And they can move and they can touch and grab onto things. And you just need to remember no fear. Because if you want to defend yourself and you want to maybe even create offensive attack on them, you are stronger because you actually have a body. They are one up on you because you don't know what they are. But now that I share with you, now all of a sudden I just given you extra defense. Because it correlates with what I'm telling you in my videos, that they are in the physical world. They're in the physical, right? The gang stalkers are in the physical. But don't get confused. What I'm showing you right now, I don't believe they're the gang stalkers. Even though they have the ability like the gang stalkers. But I believe this ghost entity is being controlled by the gang stalkers. And the gang stalkers, I will show you in video 40. And going back to my videos of how I share, oh, you can slap your gang stalkers, right? Yes, you can slap your gang stalkers. And yes, if these ghosts like to show themselves, you can also slap it. They're always around you, so you can slap it. But let me tell you, they are everywhere. And they travel with you. And how do they travel with you? They anchor themselves into your clothing. You wear a shirt, you wear pants. Well, when you put that pants on, the shirt on, they're already, imagine a thin layer surrounding your whole body, and it's already coated your whole body as you put the pants on and you put your shirt on. And so they're already inside your garment, but then they're also on the outside of your garment. And one of the main spot they like to really clamp onto you is inside your lungs. So that it now imagine, like, you know how that mist, it's like air, it's like everywhere. You only saw it in the photo, right? So if you didn't see that in the photo, in the photos I show you, you probably wouldn't think anything of it. But since it's a shapeshifter, it can spread itself and come together. It's able to go into your lungs. As you inhale, it can actually go into your lungs. And as you exhale, it can actually come back out. And if you inhale with your nose, it can go through your nostril. Or it can, if you plug both, you're wearing a mask, right? Most of us are wearing masks. You put a mask on, it can still get inside through your ears. Because in your ears, there's actually a passage to your nose. I know it's weird, but they can actually still get in through your ears, or they can just even hang out inside your ears. Yes, I know it sounds strange, and it took me over 2 years until this day. I'm still, when I talk about it, it's still out of this world. But that's just what it is. I mean, look at any insect on the ground. Aren't they kind of out of this world? When you look at an insect, I mean, when 100 years ago, we talk about flying in the sky, that just sounded like out of the world. But now we have planes, we can fly in the sky. Same goes for this. The world's been kept in the dark, and now I'm showing you a path. And this path will get broader and broader as we move forward into the future, because more people is going to be jumping onto this path and walking along it. And They are going to share their knowledge and their information because it's just, it's almost feel like it's pre-written. Like events are pre-written and they're going to unfold like the way they were written. Here's a photo, 1830s Germany. Look down the street, notice the mist. So this is 1830, this is 200 years ago. Look at the mist, it's still there. And like I said, notice how clear it is in the front. See, if it's really heavy fog, you wouldn't be able to take a photo like this. Like heavy fog, you take a photo and you see the fog really up close. But notice how clear near the camera, and as you go away from the camera, you notice the mist. Now this is going to be a bonus footage I'm going to show you guys. And if you're still watching this video now, good for you. Because as a TI, you have a responsibility to spread the message around the world. And I will lead you to your goal. And you don't have to change your career, but at least the people you interact with, you can actually spread a message, a positive message, and actually let them know what's happening. Let them know why people commit suicide. I'll tell you, I'll share something with you. I believe all suicides are not caused by the individual, but are manipulated by these spirits. Now, and I say this is because I'll tell you this. A person, do not sit there and think about how to kill themselves. A person do not sit there and then try to write a manuscript or write a what was that word, manifesto about why they want to kill themselves and this is their last message to their family. I mean, to sit there with a piece of paper and a pen to write that out, to think that out, a person will not do this. But a person can be manipulated into doing it if there was something else telling the person. So a person watching TV is not going to start all of a sudden being consumed by suicidal thoughts. A person that's going to work will not start being consumed by suicidal thoughts or have random suicidal thoughts throughout the day. Even when we're struggling in life, we still won't have suicidal thoughts because that's not within our nature to kill ourselves. Like, we are designed to survive. And there are people out there who are vulnerable where they just don't understand that when they receive suicidal thoughts, they're just being attacked by these evil entities. And all the person's got to do is put some energy into it and block out those negative thoughts. And it's also good to tell yourself something positive after you block it. Because if you don't do anything and you're receiving these thoughts, this evil entity is going to realize that your mind is weak. And this evil entity is going to manipulate your mind. And whenever this entity sends you thoughts, that individual receiving it, if the mind is weak, is going to believe it's his or her own thoughts. And this entity will never show itself because as long as it doesn't reveal its voice to skull, that individual receiving these messages would just believe it's him or her thinking about killing him or herself. But as soon as the entity reveals itself through voice to skull, then that individual would know, whoa, someone else is telling me to kill myself, instead of being that person thinking about killing him or herself. You see the difference? So that's why these evil spirits, they prefer not to reveal themselves through voice to skull, because they've already been talking to you through voice to skull, and you already been listening to them, and you've been thinking that the way that they want you to think, and you've been believing, or actually not even believing, you actually don't even realize a lot of those negative thoughts. Right? I would say all negative thoughts are not your thoughts. If the information clicked, what I just told you, once it clicked in your mind, you have gotten so much better against these entities. But if the information I just shared with you have not clicked in your mind yet, it's okay. It might click tomorrow. It might click next month or next year. But once now the information's in your mind, your defense have gotten stronger. You might not understand it, but I understand it. And right now, if you're thinking, if this during this whole video you've been doubting me, you've been going against what I'm saying, you've been playing the devil's advocate, that is because that spirit, that gang stalker next to you, don't like what I'm sharing with you. That's why you're receiving negative thoughts. You see, I do not get money for making these videos. My passion is driven by what I experience in gang stalking. And I know what I know, and I have a responsibility to share with the community. And if I want to make money off of YouTube, gang stalking is the worst, one of the worst subject to make money on YouTube. That's a fact. If I want to make money on YouTube, I wouldn't pick gang stalking. I'll pick top 10 best places to vacation, top 10 best TV, top 10 best newest gadgets, unboxing the newest Samsung, unboxing the newest Sony, unboxing the newest, most expensive item, or getting a Louis Vuitton bag every week, film it, and return it. There's way better subjects out there to make money. If I want to make money on YouTube, I don't need to start a gang stalking channel to try to get subscribers and make money. No one's paying me. You guys are not paying me. Definitely no government's paying me. But why do you believe it's the government? It's because it's working against you. The spirits are telling you this and you're falling for it. It's okay. I was there, but I'm out of it. And now I'm trying to show you guys the path. Now, this next footage, it's by chance that I stumble upon it, because anyone that's watching that footage will not realize what they saw, or will not even able to identify it. But I can, because I've experience in identifying these things. And this is a very important footage. It's a lady at the beach filming, doing a selfie video. And, you know, by the beach is windy. And you can see it, the wind actually pushes that ghost in white, try to push it away because the wind's so strong. And this ghost, you see this ghost actually spread apart, and someone was able to cling onto her head. I'm going to show you. Here we go. You're going to pay attention to the left side of the screen where this ghost was being blown away. It's behind the camera. It's just being blown away. Here we go. Here it comes. Right now. See, notice that grayish tint? Notice the ghost being blown away. You see it spreads apart? Now you see the grayish tint right now, all of a sudden all concentrated on the right side of her face. Look at her face. Notice the right side of her face is more like has a tint than the other side. Now I'm going to go back one more time. Here we go. Look at that. See, anyone watching this will not even pick that up. But when I saw it, I couldn't believe it. So if you're starting to go through a phase where you're having doubts about able to get rid of them, you can definitely get rid of them. And they are in the physical. And let me tell you something. You can catch them. If any TIs out there who's still watching this, if you're like a warrior spirit type of TI, then you need to contact me, because maybe we can start something where the one that have the passion for it can actually go trap and capture these spirits, these evil spirits. Maybe even might start a trend, because these things are in the physical. Now, this footage is here on my property 2 years ago. I have no explanation for it. When I showed it to other people, they were just saying, they like to say it's gas. There could be some type of gas forming. And that's exactly what happens when people that are not familiar with paranormal, when they watch paranormal stuff, their mind can't process it, because that takes experience. It takes time. When I saw this, I already know it's paranormal. I already know it's unexplained. But these things are real. And they are next to you. And they are listening to this with you. So, fuck your gang stalkers. And fuck my gang stalkers. Here we go. Notice that strange, dense light is spreading out. Look at that. How I believe it actually came together. So it's super concentrated. And it's shape shifting into this, whatever shape this is, just to show the camera. Notice it's in the background. Notice those little things flying around in the front. So that's what can tell me it's in the background. Looks like it's above the Mustang. And look at it. It's literally showing itself. And this is not something random. This is on purpose. Maybe trying to scare me. Maybe trying to show me they're there. It's all about how you want to interpret this information. I mean, I'm still here, so it didn't try to kill me that night. That's for sure. And it's just showing in front of the camera, so there's really no harm there. So it's more likely neutral than a predator. And now it's spreading out, it's disappearing. Just like how I explained how they can come together and they can spread out. So when they come together, it's more dense. When they spread out, it's like you don't even see them. When they spread out, it's like a mist. All right, please share, comment, like, and subscribe. Thank you for watching. Shimo, signing out. Hello, it is me, 7th Hanuman. This is video number 39 out of 40 in my Truth of Gang Stalking series. today's video, I want to address the gang stalkers. And I also want to talk about what to expect when I finally reveal who these gang stalkers really are. For those of you that's been following me for the last 2 years, thank you. And I know there are skeptics out there, and I know there are targeted individuals that think I am a lie and that I am an agent hired by the government. I hope when video number 40 comes out, you will finally realize that I've been here helping the entire community and my intention have been good. And as to your gang stalkers, once I show what they are, what these gang stalkers are, I hope your gang stalkers will stop harassing you, the targeted individual, or they might just disappear, or the targeting might increase. I have no idea. But the information needs to be put out there for the world to know. I've made many videos in the last 2 years, and I shared my experience. I discovered lower voice to skull, and just by chance, I believe I have stumbled upon whom these gang stalkers really are. Until this day, I have not found one content creator that knows whom they are. You might disagree with me. It's all just a theory. But I strongly believe my theory is better than everybody else. Just like Charles Darwin in his book, I forgot his book's name actually. These gang stalkers are really messing with me. Origin of Species. There we go. Origin of Species. Charles Darwin made observations. And my theory is based on observations. I believe these gang stalkers are aliens. Now, what's considered an alien? What qualifies an alien? Well, how about this? If these entities are out in space and they're here on Earth, I would call them aliens. And I will show you in the last video of this Truth of Gang Stalking series. How can I prove that these aliens exist? Well, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. I am not a genius. I drive a truck for a living, and I'm a targeted individual. And by chance, I discovered whom these gang stalkers look like through our eyes. And that's only based on my observations. But I will do the best I can in convincing the world. What I will do in my last video is show you the information that I've gathered throughout historical events, modern day events, and my personal events. That's all I can do because I do not know how to invent a formula that can prove that these aliens exist. I don't know how. Maybe someone in the future will know once I disclose the information to the world. But as for me, the best I can do is just share what I discovered. And that's based on my personal observations. And I know it's better than all the other TIs in the community. I know the videos I made speaks for itself. And if I have not gained your trust in this community, then I hope one day you will change your mind. My advice to all targeted individuals is no fear. If you have no fear, these gang stalkers are under your feet. Do not trust them. I do not know what they will do once the information is released by me, but at least you will know their real identities. If any of you out there can present a better argument, a better theory, a more convincing story, then please share with me. I've seen a lot of videos and I read a lot of information in the targeted individual community, and nobody knows what I know. So for those of you that's been struggling, that's been suffering, the last week of April 2023, I will show you your gang stalkers. No fear. Shum Hong, signing out.